Commissioners Cavell,
Here.
Charles,
Present.
Gershenson. Gingell is excused. Hoffman,
Here.
Jackson,
Here.
Joliet,
Here.
Kokendorfer,
Here.
Kowal,
Here.
Kuhn,
Here.
Long,
Here.
Lubes,
Here.
Markham,
Here.
McGilvray,
Here.
Miller.
He's excused.
He's
with notice.
excused, yes.
Yep.
Sorry. Moss,
Here.
Nelson,
Here.
Powell, Spiz,
Present.
Wiper,
Here.
Eager, Woodward.
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next, I'd like to invite up the Honorable Chuck Moss to give the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you very much. Oh Lord, we ask you to look down on us here today in this place, to bless us as we try to do the people's work, never letting us forget that we are all servants of our citizens here and of you as the greatest and final authority. Please keep us mindful of the words of a great leader who called us not to be not a nation of Democrats or Republicans, but Americans, to the concluding words of the inaugural address of President John F. Kennedy. With a good conscience, our only sure reward, with history, the final judge of our deeds, let us go forth to lead the land we love, asking his blessing and his help, but knowing that here on earth, God's work must truly be our own. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner Moss, for that invocation. Next, it will bring us to approval of the minutes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes from September 29th? Moved by Commissioner Kowal, seconded by Commissioner McGilvray. Any discussion? All in favor of approving the minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Let the record reflect the minutes are adopted unanimously. This will move us to approval of the agenda for tonight's meeting. Is there a motion to move the agenda? Moved by Cavell, seconded by Long. Any discussion on the agenda? Seeing no discussion, all in favor of approving the agenda as presented, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. The agenda is approved unanimously. Now bring us to communications. I'd like to open up a public hearing at 6:19 on the Orion Meyer Brownfield project. This is a brownfield development project in Lake Orion. If anyone came here to speak about that item, we'll open the public hearing now, and just please come up to the podium and speak. Okay. Seeing no one that wants to speak on the Orion Meyer Brownfield project, I'll declare the public hearing closed. And next up, I'd like to call on Commissioner Cavell. We have a special proclamation tonight honoring the incredible work and the 50th anniversary of Common Ground. Commissioner Cavell.
Thank you, Chair. At this time, can I ask anyone else who wants to help commemorate Common Ground's 50 years to come on up and join me in talking out this proclamation? Thank you. And while everyone's coming up, I just wanted to quickly say that Common Ground, which is celebrating 50 years this year, has been there for people that on their worst nights, there used to not be something like Common Ground, but now and for the last generation there has been, and we're eternally grateful for them. So with that, if I could just start by reading this proclamation, and we'll all take turns here. Ooh, we're going to have to trade words. But whereas, on behalf of Oakland County government and the people of Oakland County, the Board of Commissioners extends its sincere congratulations to Common Ground on its milestone 50th anniversary. And let's have Chuck do paragraph 2.
Whereas Common Ground was originally founded in 1971 by a group of students, parents, and community leaders worried about rising suicide and substance abuse rates among young people, in 1998, The organization merged with the Sanctuary, Inc. in Royal Oak, which was started by United Community Services volunteers to help runaway youth in Oakland County. By joining forces, the two organizations were able to dramatically expand the services they provided for community members in crisis.
And whereas over the years, Common Ground has grown and evolved into a 24-hour mental health and crisis resource agency that provides professional and compassionate support to youth, adults, and families in crisis. Common Ground provides services for 88,000 people every year. The Sanctuary continues to offer 24-hour shelter and assistance to youth ages 10 to 17, working with children and their families with the goal of reuniting them by the end of the program. Since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, Common Ground has adapted to offer support groups virtually and has provided over 1,200 telehealth appointments. And
whereas throughout the past 5 decades of growth, change, and most recently a pandemic, Common Ground has stayed true to its core values of empowerment, collaboration, innovation, diversity, and inclusivity. By focusing on these values, Common Ground helps others learn when to ask for help and how to empower themselves to improve their own lives and communities. Common Ground remains dedicated to helping people move from crisis to hope. And
whereas the Oakland County Board of Commissioners extend our heartfelt congratulations and gratitude to Common Ground for their dedication and service to the community over the past 50 years. Now, therefore, David T. Woodward, Chairman, and the Oakland County Board of Commissioners, Commissioner Charlie Cavell, and the entire Oakland County Board of Commissioners do hereby proclaim special condemnation to Common Ground.
And on behalf of Common Ground, we have Heather Ray with us to say a couple words too.
Thank you. Thank you, the Board of Commissioners, and in particular, Commissioner Cavell, for advancing this proclamation. Really appreciate that. And for recognizing Common Ground's 50 years of service to Oakland County adults and children experiencing a behavioral health crisis. We look forward to many more years of your support, especially during a time of uncertainty in the Oakland County behavioral health crisis continuum. I don't have to tell you that there continues to be an increase in demand for crisis services for all people in Oakland County, and that is true nationally. And there's not enough resources to serve our large county without the help of donors and funders through foundations, governmental entities, etc. Common Ground is ready to rise to the occasion and to the challenge to be a partner to those who have an interest in contributing to real solutions for people in crisis in Oakland County. Thank you so much for your support.
Get Dave in there.
Thank you, Commissioner Cavell, for presenting that, and thank you to Common Ground. Wishing you another successful 50 years going forward for all the great work you do for families and young people across Oakland County. Next, we're going to move on to the rest of the communications that we have this evening, and I will recognize the clerk.
Thank you. The first communication is dated October 13th, 2021, to the Oakland County Board of Commissioners. Ladies and gentlemen, I am hereby appointing the following individuals to serve out remaining terms of the Oakland County Historical Commission. David Decker, term expires December 31, 2021. Rosie Richardson, term expires December 31, 2022. Stephanie Suzak, term expires December 31st, 2022. Your confirmation of this appointment is respectfully requested. Sincerely, David T. Woodward, Chairman, Oakland County Board of Commissioners. The next communication is dated October 5th, 2021. Dear Mr. Woodward, pursuant to miscellaneous resolution number 19002 and the policy attached thereto, please allow this letter to serve as notification that I am appointing William M. DeBassi, Senior Assistant Corporation Counsel, to succeed former Senior Assistant Corporation Counsel Lisa Cavalluna as Corporation Counsel's representative to the Tax Increment Financing Ad Hoc Review Committee, TIF Review Committee, for the remaining portion of the 2021-2022 term of the Board of Commissioners. By way of this letter, I am also appointing myself as Corporation Counsel's alternate representative to the TIF Review Committee for the remaining portion of the 2021-2022 term of the Board of Commissioners. Very truly yours, Oakland County Corporation Counsel, Solon M. Phillips. Next communication is dated October 7th regarding appointment to the Oakland County Claims Review Committee. Dear Chairman, please be advised that acting pursuant to miscellaneous resolution 09033, I hereby appoint Solon Phillips to the Claims Review Committee. This appointment shall become effective immediately and shall continue until 12/31/2022. Sincerely, Dave Coulter, Oakland County Executive. Next one, dated October 13th, 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, please accept this letter as notification on the appointments to the Oakland Together Mental Health and Wellbeing Nonprofit Grant Program Ad Hoc Committee. The Ad Hoc Committee will be organized under the provisions of the board rules. The members of the Ad Hoc Committee will be Commissioner Penny Lubes, Chair, Commissioner Angela Powell, Majority Caucus Representative, Commissioner Kowal, Minority Caucus Representative, Commissioner Long will be the Minority Party alternate. And did you have?
And the Gershenson and
Nelson.
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 Gershenson
Okay,
and Nelson
sorry, I
are
know we
the
said
alternates
it in
for
context.
the Democrats.
Okay, yep. And Commissioners Gershenson and Nelson as Majority Caucus alternates. Pursuant to miscellaneous resolution 2021-386, the charge of the Ad Hoc Committee is to oversee the administration of the grant policies and procedures for the disbursement of American Rescue Plan Act local fiscal recovery funds, ARPA. The Ad Hoc Committee will present a monthly report on program expenditures and success metrics to the Public Health and Safety Committee and the Oakland County Board of Commissioners. Sincerely, David T. Woodward, Chairman, and Michael Spiz, Minority Caucus Chairman. Next communication, dated October 13th. Dear Commissioners, please accept this letter as notification that I've made the following appointments to the Oakland Together Mental Health and Wellbeing Nonprofit Grant Program Ad Hoc Committee. Hillary Chambers, member. Rudy Hobbs, member. Ken Dobson, alternate. Sincerely, David Coulter. Next, October 13th. Dear Commissioners, please accept this letter as notification that I've made the following appointments to the Local Government Critical Infrastructure Planning Grant Program Oversight Committee. Hillary Chambers, member. Chris Ward, member. Kyle Jen, alternate. Sincerely, David Coulter. And the final communication this evening, dated October 13th. Ladies and gentlemen, please accept this letter as notification on the appointments to the Local Government Critical Infrastructure Planning Grant Program Oversight Ad Hoc Committee. The Ad Hoc Committee will be organized under the provisions of the board rules. The members of the Ad Hoc Committee will be Commissioner William Miller, Chair, Commissioner Yolanda Charles, Majority Caucus Representative, Commissioner Spiz, Minority Caucus Representative.
And I already forgot, guys.
Cavell and Jackson.
Jackson and Cavell.
I think it was
Are the
Cavell and
yes?
Jackson,
Good-
right?
Good memory.
Okay.
And Joliet.
Okay, Commissioners Cavell and Jackson as the Majority Caucus alternates and Commissioner Joliet as the Minority Caucus alternate. Pursuant to the adoption of miscellaneous resolution 2021-662, the charge of the Ad Hoc Committee is to oversee the administration of a grant program to provide Oakland County local governments with financial assistance for costs associated with the planning and design of critical ARPA-eligible sewer and water infrastructure projects. The Ad Hoc Committee will prepare a report detailing the expenditures and activities of the grant program following the distribution of grant funding. The report shall be forwarded to the Economic Development and Infrastructure Committee as a communication item. Sincerely, David T. Woodward, Chairman, and Michael Spiz, Minority Caucus Chairman.
Great job. Did you read in the appointment to the Community Development Citizens Advisory Council? It's on my list here. Yep, no problem.
Just when you thought I was done, one more. Dated October 13th to the Oakland County Board of Commissioners. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm hereby appointing the following individuals to serve on the Oakland County Community Development Citizens Advisory Council for a term ending December 31, 2022. Citizen at Large, Nathan Jorgren, I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. Alternate members, Susanna Jakowitz and Thelma Oliver. Your confirmation of this appointment is respectfully requested. Sincerely, David T. Woodward, Chairman.
Great. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there a motion to receive the communication? Oh. There's one more. Just like that, on-demand service.
I'm not going to say this is the last one because I don't know now. Okay. No, I just read this.
Oh,
Where'd he go?
maybe it just wasn't in front of you. Okay.
Okay.
It's all done. We're good. Okay, we're good. Motion by Commissioner Weipert, seconded by Commissioner Cavell to receive and file the communications. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Let the record reflect the communications are received unanimously. This now brings us to the first public comment portion of tonight's meeting. This is an opportunity for all the members of the public to speak on items that are on the agenda, on the consent and regular agenda. If you've come to speak on any of those, I think there's a Commissioner Moss, could you help me out? Is there no one signed up for anything on the regular agenda? Okay. I was going to first go to lists, but there doesn't seem to be any on the list, and so you're welcome. Pardon? There was somebody signed up before me. On the list? Okay. Staff will come get the list, but I mean, you're more than welcome. If you could, for public comment, we ask that you keep your comments to.
Should I go then?
One second. Oh, before you start here. We ask everyone be respectful of everybody, refrain from public demonstrations. We ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes. We have a little clock up here to help keep time. If you hit the 3 minutes, I'll ask you to kindly wrap up your remarks. If you could state your name and community of residence, and then we can begin. Welcome.
Okay. My name's Colleen Zamet. I live in Beverly Hills. Can you hear me? I noticed there is a motion to discharge MR 21191. Basically, it's an opposition to vaccine passports in Oakland County. It'll be under special order of business down near the end of the agenda. I know from attending the Majority Caucus meeting prior to this meeting that you were instructed to vote no on this. I would sincerely hope that we could get enough yes votes to get this on the agenda tonight and at least get it discussed, because I think having a vaccine passport requirement in Oakland County is a terrible idea. We are trying to get businesses recovered. We are trying to get people to go out. If we require vaccines for people to even go to a restaurant or a health club or any other facility, we are cutting people out. Somewhere in the resolution, it talks about impeding the free flow of commerce. A vaccine passport will definitely impede the free flow of commerce. I don't even think I have to discuss why these vaccine passports are so intrusive in our lives. There is no reason on God's green earth that we should be required to show a place of business or a museum or any other public entity our vaccination status before we set foot inside those doors. So please, please, I urge you and the Democratic majority to consider allowing discussion and a vote on this resolution tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have a list yet.
I do
Anyone
think
else?
there was one more. Bob Hoffman is on the list to give public comment.
Sure. We'll get. I mean, I can have staff can.
There was one more person on the list. I don't know where it is. I know Bob Hoffman wanted to comment on an agenda item. No?
Okay.
I got this. Thank you. Anybody else that wants to speak in public comment, the first public comment? Yeah. Well, what happened to the whole page of people that signed up? Okay, right. Go on. Ms. Kennedy, if you would like to come and speak, you're more than welcome to come up to the podium. Welcome.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Catherine Kennedy. I'm from Lake Orion. And I'm here to address, first of all, I have quite a few questions on some of these items that are in this agenda. I know quite a few of them are what I would call do-overs. The CARES Act with the seed loan, I think it's improper to give loans. It's gap financing for those that don't qualify for loans. But who's on the hook for that money? We are providing the $1 million to match the grant, to get the grant money, and we're providing $300,000 to a business that does loans for a business. I assume they're also charging interest on that $4 million. I don't understand how this is appropriate. The resolution for the veterans, it's nice that it went up from $127,000 last year to $497,000, I think it was. But it offends me that you think you need $117,000 for advertising. They're vets. You know where they are. You know who they are. What are you advertising? And the fact that you only have $75,000 for homeless vets and $75,000 for transportation, and that transportation isn't even allowed to be used to take them to the doctor or the grocery store. I don't get that either. I think it's offensive. I'm worried about this super index that you're talking about for all of our recorded documents. I do not want all the recorded documents of everybody in this entire county digitized and sold like the Facebook data has been sold. This could be sold to any company in blocks, and who's to say that company won't get bought by somebody else? We have no control over that. I don't think anything at all that has to do with anybody's personal identification should be digitized in this county and made available to third parties no matter what. I'm very concerned about the Secretary of State kiosks that only need that information if it were to be compromised to get their fake ID and voting cards at Meyer now. So that's also a real problem. And then we are creating yet a third department of Indigent Defense Services, and we are in a situation where we're claiming that there's a problem with the economy, yet we in this county have created 3 new departments, and we're spending money like it's going out of style. All the wage increases for the staff, it's offensive, and the executive's office was supposed to change their budget amendment back to a 0% salary increase, and I haven't seen that yet, and I've yet to see the on-the-record letters that all the citizens sent before the deadline of September 3rd for their public comments because they had been locked out of this auditorium and not allowed to enter, and they even had sprinklers turned on them while they were waiting outside. So once again,
Please wrap up your
call
comments,
for
Ms. Kennedy.
transparency and start respecting the citizens of this county. Start listening to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else that wants to come and speak in this first part of public comment, again, please keep your comments directed to me. If you come to the podium, please give your name and community of residence, and like everybody else, be afforded the 3 minutes. Thank you.
Howdy, my name is Steve Seal from Clarkson. You probably recognize me. In regards to some of these issues with only requiring a Social Security to get access to the SOS machines, and in conjunction with some of these problems that we have with the realtor data, I believe, going to third parties, it's a pretty well-known fact that if your data ends up going to China, it doesn't matter what it is, it's gone. This opens up a whole slew of security vulnerabilities where information can be stolen, traded, sold. And
sir, can you just tell me what item on the agenda you're speaking to?
Yes, this is agenda item, let's see here, 11 Echo for online property record search. Yep. So
what agenda item is it?
Yes, 11 Echo. Okay. He doesn't understand that fancy words? No. E. Right. E. E is an elephant.
Okay.
Okay.
It's 11.
Yep. The security vulnerabilities that this opens up to, in conjunction with the fact that the county, I don't think, would be held in any way responsible if this information were to be lost, it would then be put onto the third party, which would absolve the county of responsibility. In this case, you have even less reason to make sure that this data is secured, especially when you're giving it to a third party. I would like to see the regulations that any third party which would have access to this data must be held to in order to ensure that they're adhering to security compliance requirements. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else that wants to speak on any item that's on the agenda tonight? Seeing none, I will declare the first public comment closed. And that will bring it back to the board here. And under reports of standing committees, we have a consent agenda. So can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda? Moved by McGilvery, seconded by Long. It's kind of lengthy. Most of the items that we're taking up today are on the consent agenda. These are items that came through our 4 standing committees and approved unanimously. Is there any discussion on any items that is on the consent agenda? I'm just going to say one thing, and I understand the concern about cybersecurity, and this is something that we take very serious, and the comments were brought up. The resolution actually speaks to updating the fee schedule for the systems that we have online for people to purchase things online, under the authority of our county clerk. Seeing no further discussion, prompt the vote to approve the consent agenda.
If you're all digital voting, where's the screen, please? Oh, yeah.
Sure. We'll either turn the screen on or I will announce the vote. I will announce the vote.
I've got it.
Commissioner Kokendorfer?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner
Kokendorfer.
My device is not working, so I'd like to give a voice vote yes.
Okay.
Hey, rude.
Thank you for the comments. Commissioner Kokendorfer's device is not working. He votes yes. And the tally of the votes, sufficient number voting in the affirmative. The consent agenda is adopted unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, staff. This will bring us to the regular agenda. I believe we only have one committee under the regular agenda. That's economic development, and I don't believe our chair is here. So can I get someone to move the resolution, local government critical infrastructure planning grant program?
Mr. Chair.
Moved by Commissioner Charles, seconded by Commissioner Spiz. And this is in our packets here. One second, I've got to pull it back up on mine here. Okay. And I believe there are 2 amendments that we have to adopt. This is cleanup language.
That's correct.
This item was adopted in committee unanimously, and we've got some budget amendments and the grant administration plan amendments. So can I get someone to move the first amendment moved by Commissioner Spiz, seconded by Commissioner Cavell? Commissioner Spiz, you want to explain the amendment?
Yeah, the first amendment is just to add.
Can you pull the microphone a little closer?
The first one is just to add a budget amendment into the documentation of the 2.4 million we're allocating for this project.
Right.
Just to follow policy.
Okay. Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, can we please prompt the vote on the adoption of Amendment A?
Still not working?
Mr. Chair?
And, yep.
I apologize. I know this is a good old. I vote yes.
Commissioner Kokendorfer votes yes on the amendment. I won't forget you next time.
Mr. Chair, you have 19 yeas, 0 nays.
A unanimous vote in the affirmative. The amendment is adopted. Next up, we have, there's a second amendment Moved by Commissioner Cavell, seconded by Commissioner Spiz. Commissioner Cavell, you want to speak to the amendment? It's in everyone's packet. This is the grant administrator side.
Yeah, this is to provide financial assistance to local governments to help with their project planning, engineering, and analysis for water sewer infrastructure projects in anticipation of more funding to help supplant that.
And all this is changing the very kind of intro of the purpose is utilizing Oakland County's share of the American Rescue Plan Act local recovery funds to provide those assistance.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion on Amendment B, Madam Clerk, please prompt the vote. And
Commissioner Kokendorfer?
Yes. Thank you.
Commissioner Kokendorfer
Madam
votes
Clerk.
yes.
Mr. Chair, you have 19 yeas, 0 nays.
Sufficient number voting in the affirmative. Amendment B is adopted. That brings us back to the main motion and the overall resolution, the launch of this new program, the local grant critical infrastructure planning grant program. Any further discussion? Commissioner Spiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one comment for the public. This is the final step to put in place the grant program, or set aside $2.4 million for a grant program for all of our CVTs around Oakland County to apply for funding to help with water and sewer projects, infrastructure projects, and it's using ARPA money to fund that. So it's seed money to get projects moving.
Great. Commissioner Cavell.
I just want to say it was a real treat working with Commissioner Spiz on this. Thanks for letting me learn from you.
All right, thank you. No, I think it's a great opportunity. This is some matching money for the preliminary planning. We want more shovel-ready projects ready so that when the infrastructure bill finally gets through Congress, that we can start building immediately. So thank you very much. Seeing no other further discussion on this, Madam Clerk, please prompt the vote.
And Commissioner Kokendorfer?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, you have 19 yeas, 0 nays.
Sufficient number voting in the affirmative. The resolution is adopted. They'll move it to the other committee, Finance Committee. All items are taken up under the consent agenda. Legislative Affairs and Government Operations taken up under the consent agenda, as well as Public Health and Safety Committee taken up under the consent agenda. Move us to reports and standing special committees. There are none, and it brings us to special order of business, and I'll recognize Commissioner Spiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move to discharge miscellaneous resolution 21191, Board of Commissioners opposing vaccine passports in Oakland County.
Moved by Commissioner Spiz, seconded by Commissioner Joliet. Any discussion on the motion?
Sure.
This is a debatable motion. So,
Yeah,
Commissioner Spiz.
I think it's imperative that we as a Board of Commissioners have this discussion and make final determination on our position and our stance relative to vaccine passports within our communities. We see what it's doing to some of the different areas around the country, what it's done to Southwest and a few of the other businesses out there that have put vaccine passports in as requirements. And I don't think it's a good decision for us to allow vaccine mandates within Oakland County.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any further discussion? I'm going to be voting no on this motion to discharge for a number of reasons. Probably the most glaring is that there are policy implications that are in this item that dramatically overturn standing policy that in some cases has been in the books in Oakland County for since the 80s and I believe harmful to public health. Seeing no further discussion?
Forgive me, Chair, just because I've never moved to discharge anything. If we vote yes, that means we will discharge this, and therefore this will be off the to-do list for the commission for this term, right? If we vote no...
The motion to discharge is to bring this item out of committee onto the floor.
Got it. Thank you.
And so, like I said, I'll be voting no on this motion. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, please prompt the vote.
Commissioner Kokendorfer,
Yes.
Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair, you had 9 yeas, 10 nays.
An insufficient number voting in the affirmative. The motion fails. This brings us to unfinished business. There is none. And new and miscellaneous business. I believe there are some resolutions for introduction here. Commissioner Kokendorfer, I'll get to you in just a second. If I can recognize Commissioner Lubes.
I don't have it.
Oh, you don't have it? Okay. Wait, 1 second. Okay, let's move on to the next one, and we'll come back to Commissioner Lubes. Commissioner Markham, do you have your?
I don't have it.
Okay. We're just going to take a pause here. Staff is bringing them here. We got it. Okay, got it. No, it's fine. Okay, so if I'm kind of in the order here, if I can, I'm just going to, Commissioner Kovater, I'll get right to you in just a second here. So under new, got business to take care of here, folks, please. All right, you can actually do it from your seat here. So if you go to new miscellaneous business, the resolutions are in there, and I'll call on Commissioner Markham. Do you see yours?
No. No, I don't see mine, but I'm gonna ask somebody to help me. Here we go. Oh, there it is. Okay. Gotcha. All right.
Okay.
I've got mine.
All right, if you can speak, pull the mic up to you and speak. Commissioner Markham.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I present a resolution in support of be it resolved, the leaders across the political spectrum should tell their constituents the truth that our election was.
Madam, Commissioner Markham, if just read the title, we're going to refer it to committee.
Okay, gotcha. The title is in support of the Oakland County Clerk's election process, the Board of Canvassers, and confidence in the results, and referring it to the Lago Committee.
It's been referred to the Lago Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry about the mistake.
No problem. We'll take it up in committee. Commissioner Lubes.
I'd like to introduce the resolution to advocate passage of House Bill 5026 to amend the Emergency 911 Service Enabling Act.
And we'll refer that to the Public Health and Safety Committee.
Yes, please.
And now Commissioner Kokendorfer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to introduce a resolution entitled Request for Government Transparency in Health Mandates, and move to request to suspend the rules for immediate consideration.
Commissioner Kokendorfer moves to suspend the rules. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Kowal. This is not a debatable motion. Please prompt the vote on suspension of the rules.
Mr. Chair, I vote yes.
You're just waiting for the board to be open. So yes, Commissioner Kokendorfer, thank you. Mr. Chair, you have 9 yeas, 10 nays.
Insufficient number voted in the affirmative. The motion fails. Commissioner Kokendorfer, we will move to refer it to the Pandemic Response Committee.
If we're done with that, I've got another item, Mr. Chair, but I don't know if anybody
Certainly,
else does
yes.
first.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Kokendorfer, yes.
Thank you. Notice to discharge, miscellaneous resolution 21357, request to the Oakland County Health Division to permit school districts to determine mask requirements.
And you're giving notice to discharge at a future meeting, all right,
Thank
at
you.
the next meeting. Thank you, Commissioner. Any other new miscellaneous business? Seeing none, that will bring us to announcements. Any announcements? Commissioner Cavell. And please bring the microphone close to you so everyone can speak loudly.
Okay. Heather Ray from Common Ground gave all of us these little cards, and everyone else here should see that this is in celebration of Common Ground's 50th anniversary. It'll be this Sunday, the 24th, from 4 to 7 at the M1 Concourse. Shout out to Pontiac. It'll be a great time, and you should come check it out.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Any, Commissioner Charles, followed by Commissioner Lubes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to highlight that the minds behind all of the decision-making in the city of Southfield had a Northland ribbon cutting, or groundbreaking, I should say, that Commissioner Jackson was able to attend. And while that property is in my district, I'm very grateful for the leadership there. So it's not an eyesore. It's going to be beautiful with retail space, living space, all of those wonderful things. So we're excited about that. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Charles. As a kid, no Christmas season was Christmas without Northland Mall, and it's just great to see the development that's happening out there and the new transformation that's going to happen. Commissioner Lubes, followed by Commissioner Powell.
Chair, I wanted to clarify regarding the 911 Service Enabling Act, whether it goes to the Lago Committee or the Public Health Committee.
Well, since it's your resolution, I think let's, why don't I go to Commissioner Powell? Why don't you and the Lago chair figure out where it should go?
Thank you.
Just figure it out. All right, Commissioner Powell.
I want to thank M1 Concourse for, which is located in District 1, the city of Pontiac. Many of you may not be aware, but for our after-school programming for our youth, transportation was a major, major issue. And as of 2 weeks ago, they hosted a fundraiser to help Oakland County Sheriff Powell, which is separate from Oakland County. We offer no funding for that. Sheriff Bouchard raises all his funding himself to support that program to help a lot of the kids in Pontiac. And also the Pontiac Community Foundation partnered to raise funds to make that possible. And I just want to say thank you, because those buses will be rolling soon to transport our kids in the city of Pontiac to after-school programs that's affiliated with those two organizations. So thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. So because it is an endorsement of legislation, that is a Lago function, and Commissioner Lubes, you're on Lago. So Commissioner Lago is probably the appropriate place to move that resolution. Yeah. So if we can let the record reflect that the resolution in support of legislation to amend the E911 Act is Lago. Mm-hmm. Great. Thanks for that correction. Any further announcements? Seeing none, this will move us to the second public comment portion of today's meeting, and I'm going to start with the list that I have. Again, this is an opportunity to comment on any other item that we weren't discussing in today's, any topic that you would like. We would just ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes. If you can come to the podium and state your name and your community of residence. We ask the comments be directed to me, the chair, and please, we want to encourage everyone who came out tonight who wants to speak to the board to feel welcomed. So I ask everyone to refrain from demonstrations and applause. We don't want to discourage anybody from coming forward. This is not a Q&A process. We do have staff taking notes. And if there are questions that can be helpful to get back or get to your respective commissioner that can go out and get those answers, we will take the steps to be able to do that. So I'm going to start. Here. Commissioner, I'll start with you, Commissioner Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Oakland County Board of Commissioners. Everyone here knows the sacrifices that we all make, which of course takes time away from our loved ones, to come and participate in local government, to talk about something that we're passionate about, and I appreciate that. As a member of a bipartisan county board of commission, you guys might not realize it, but we don't agree on everything. But we argue about things, we negotiate things, we're passionate about things, and sometimes we get mad at each other for different things. But one thing we never ever do is lower it to a personal attack, and for that I am very proud. I consider all members of the County Board of Commission, the staff and their families, as my friends. And if somebody attacks my friends, I take it as an attack on me. And I know that I would do the same thing that each and every one of you would do, and that's to stand up and defend your friends. It was recently brought to my attention that there were a few emails going to elected officials that not only threatened the elected official, but their family and their kids. So I reached out to some people in this group, and they were as appalled as I was. And they took it upon themselves to send out text messages, emails, a social media blast that went to 14,000 people. And for that, I appreciate it. They said some of the same things that I'm saying here tonight, that personal attacks will not be tolerated, attacking a family is totally off limits, and that we have to take the high road and we have to stay focused on the issue, because if we don't, we're going to lose credibility and support. And there's no one in here who loves their children more than the person sitting next to each and every one of us. We need to stand up. We need to lead by example. We need to be an example to our children. We need to be professional, and we need to dare to be different when the different is right. One of my daughter's favorite sayings is, "Don't you be what's wrong with America." So I say to everybody tonight, we should pledge and strive to be what's right about America. And when it's all said and done, and we all ultimately merge with the universe, we hope the people that come after us will say, we left this place a better place than we found it. And that should be our goal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner. Next up, we got Colleen Zamet, followed by William Hamilton. I'm just going order of A, B, and C here, and you can sign up, or once I get done with this list, I'll call everybody else.
Hi,
Welcome
back again. I see what happened with the comment. That was a great comment by Commissioner Woodruff. I'm appalled that people would be threatening you or your families. I guess I'm not surprised, but I'm completely appalled and obviously totally against it. I'm not really prepared, so my comments are basically, excuse me, the same as I've been giving. I'm frankly appalled that there is still a mask mandate in Oakland County for our school kids. There is no reason to have it. They are at extremely low risk of getting it, of getting sick, of transmitting it to their family. Every family has the right and should make decisions for them. If they have a family member at home that is severely compromised, they don't want their kids bringing anything home, they make decisions for themselves. There is no reason why we should be asking our kids to protect us and society at large. These mask mandates, I said it last time and I'll say it again, they are hurting our kids in ways that we cannot even begin to imagine. I hate to think that in a year or 2 years, we're going to be looking back at this time and saying, gosh, these weren't such a good thing. Just like the remote school wasn't such a good thing. Test scores have gone down. Kids have suffered. Anxiety has gone through the roof in these kids. Are we going to be saying the same thing about the masking in our schools? I would urge you again to explore where the chain of authority lies. I have a hard time believing that there is no accountability for the OCHD. They may have put through the order and put this mandate forth, but Dave Coulter appointed Leanne Stafford. There is no reason that this Board of Commissioners cannot vote to rescind this mask order tonight. It is simply not allowed to be discussed. I find that disturbing, very upsetting. I do wish that all of you would be more willing to discuss something that is of such importance to your community. Thank you.
Thank you. William Hamilton, followed by Susan Tompkins, and then Shayna Levin. And just a reminder, if you can give your name and community of residence, please.
William Hamilton. I'm actually a resident of Lapeer, but my daughter does go to an Oakland County school district, and that's why I'm here. I'm going to read this to you. I've read this to other boards. This was published in July by the American Medical Association Journal, that forcing children to wear masks leads to adverse health effects. JAMA Pediatrics, a top-rated monthly medical journal published by the AMA, found that wearing masks increases the amount of carbon dioxide inhaled to unhealthy levels. Study measured carbon dioxide levels in 45 children ages 16 to 17 while wearing masks. The normal content of carbon dioxide in the air is 400 parts per million, with anything above 2,000 parts per million being considered unacceptable. The JAMA report measured averages of 13,120 to 13,910 parts per million of carbon dioxide in the inhaled air of children wearing masks, which is 6 times higher than the unsafe threshold. Study further pointed out this measure was only after 3 minutes of wearing the mask. Children forced to wear masks at school find themselves wearing masks for hours a day, multiple days a week. This report also follows a larger study of German children of 25,000, which found that 68% of them had problems while wearing face coverings. Most of the complaints reported were consequences from elevated carbon dioxide levels in the inhaled air. This carbon dioxide mixes with fresh air and elevates the carbon dioxide content of inhaled air under the mask. This was more pronounced in younger children. Forcing children to wear masks to consider the scientific evidence when making that decision. Many governments have made nose and mouth coverings or face masks compulsory for school children, and the evidence for this is weak, this study found. It was also suggested that decision makers weigh the hard evidence produced by these experimental measurements accordingly, which suggests that children should not be forced to wear masks. Now, I've seen several politicians out at various events not wearing masks. I was at a concert at DTE last week, thousands of people, nobody wearing masks. They're hanging all over each other, they're standing next to each other, sometimes even closer than some of these people, and that's perfectly fine. Go to Home Depot, crowded stores, no masks, perfectly fine. Why are we masking our children? It's wrong. Please end the mandate on our children. Enough is enough. It's hypocritical. So either everybody needs to be wearing masks or nobody should be wearing masks, period.
Thank you, sir. So I'm going to ask nicely one more time. Please refrain from public displays of applause. We want to make certain that everyone feels welcome and not intimidated or discouraged from coming up and speaking before this body. If we get another outburst, we're going to take a recess. So we're going to continue. We're going to move on to Susan Tompkins, followed by Shayna Levin, and then Jill Bassar. Welcome.
Hi, Susan Tompkins. I live in Troy, Michigan.
I'm a teacher, and as I look around at everybody here, some with masks, some without, it's weird. Personally, I think masks should be a choice. I think there's a lot of evidence out there on both sides. If you look for it, you can find evidence supporting masks, evidence from industrial hygienists whose job is to determine who should wear masks, why they should wear them, what level of mask they should wear. And they'll tell you flat out, all these masks are a waste except an N95 or a respirator, a true respirator, that might be a little benefit. Other than that, they're worthless. I wear them in school every day, all day, because I am forced to. I don't want to. I teach children to read. They are 5 years old to 9 years old. All day today, I'm teaching them what letter sounds are, what A says. It says ah, what B says. Do you know how hard that is to convey in a mask? Do you have any idea what we're doing to these children? Little kids that I taught in their kindergarten year in 2020, they left school in March. They were virtual the next year for first grade. They came back in second grade in masks. That's their life in school. That's their paradigm. Do you remember being in kindergarten? Do you remember first grade, second grade? Our kids are being damaged by this. They don't understand. They leave them on now at recess, even though they can take them off. A 9-year-old told me today she had it on at recess because all my kids were falling asleep in class. I'm dancing in front of them, doing everything I can to get their attention. But they're tired. They have masks on. The evidence, the science says it makes them sleepy. They're having a hard time learning. This little 9-year-old girl, I said to her, "Did you take your mask off at recess for some fresh air?" She said, "Oh no, I don't want to get sick." She was serious. That's what she thinks life is about. She has no idea. I can't teach them properly in a mask to read. They can't learn properly. I watched so many speakers up here tonight and everywhere else at school board meetings pulling their masks down to talk. I don't have that privilege at school. I have to keep my mask up all day. The kids have to keep theirs up. We need substitutes desperately. People who vote for masks and won't put it on the agenda, take a day, come in, sub all day in a mask. You see what it's like for those kids. You see what it's like to teach that way. I don't even know what my kids look like. One of them takes their mask down to take a drink. Oh, you've changed since kindergarten. I honestly knew kids. I don't see their faces. I have no idea what they look like. It's creepy. It's weird. I don't like it. I'm very uncomfortable. I would have never became a teacher. A very difficult job if I knew I was going to have to be masked. This is depressing. It's wrong. You need to give families choice whether or not to mask along with kids. This needs to stop. It's absolutely ridiculous. There's no reason for it. The science does not support it. I'm fine. We're not worried about COVID. Leave us alone.
Thank you, Ms. Tompkins. We're going to take a 15-minute recess. All right, we're going to start up in 30 seconds. Okay. Do we have a quorum call? Yep. All right, we are going to resume the meeting at 7:30. I'm going to ask the clerk for a quorum call.
Commissioners Charles? Not in the room. Okay. Gershenson?
Here.
Gingell was excused. Hoffman?
Here.
Jackson?
Here.
Joliet?
Here.
Kokendorfer? Here. Kowal?
Here.
Kuhn?
Here.
Long?
Here.
Lubes?
Here.
Markham? Come back to her. McGilvray? Come back to him. Moss?
Here.
Thank you. Nelson? Here. Powell? Here. Spiz?
Here.
Weipert?
I'm here.
Woodward?
Here.
Cavell?
Here.
Charles?
Here.
Markham?
Here.
Oh, there you are. Thank you. McGilvray? Still not here. Miller was excused. Well, Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
We have a quorum. Okay. Okay, we're going to resume public comment. We ask that everyone respect the decorum of this chamber. A lot of people took time out of their lives to be here, want to speak. We want to make sure that everyone will speak. We will stay here as long as it takes to afford everyone the same amount of time to address this board. I'm going to pick up with Shana Levin, followed by Jill Bassar. And if you can, just as a reminder, if you can come up, give your name and community of residence, please.
Can I wait until the rest of the commissioners come back?
You can certainly sit down.
Can we just call them back?
I think they're coming.
Where'd they go?
If you want me to pass over you and bring you up at the end, I can do that.
No, I think we can all just wait.
Do you want to speak? I'm going to move on to the next person.
No, I'd like to speak, but I want the people to be here.
Ma'am, you can begin speaking now, or I'm going to move on to the next person.
Okay. So my name is Shana Levin. I'm a citizen of the United States of America. And I'm speaking tonight because each one of these meetings, you guys introduce all these resolutions. And so I figured I'd introduce a resolution of my own. So this is a resolution requesting the rescission of the Oakland County Health Division's emergency health order requiring all students and staff to wear face masks in a school setting. Whereas on August 24th, 2021, the Oakland County Health Division issued an emergency health order that required, among other things, all pre-kindergarten through grade 12 students and all staff to wear a face mask while in the school setting. And the Oakland County Health Department has listed no consequences for failure to wear a mask. And there is currently no declared state of emergency due to the COVID-19 pandemic in Oakland County. And the neighboring counties of Livingston, Macomb, and Lapeer have similar data regarding the number of new cases of COVID-19 per 100,000 people weekly and do not have a mask mandate. And the Michigan legislature passed, and Governor Whitmer signed, Senate Bill 82, which, among other things, prohibits a local health officer from issuing and enforcing any order or directive that requires an individual under the age of 18 to wear a face mask. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the parents and citizens of Oakland County respectfully request that the Oakland County Health Department immediately rescind its pre-kindergarten through 12th grade mask mandate for all students and staff consistent with Senate Bill 82. If the Oakland County Health Department rescinds its mask mandate, the parents and citizens of Oakland County will be responsible for their own health and the health of their children as God and the constitutions of Michigan and the United States of America intended. A copy of this resolution shall be provided to the Director of the Oakland County Health Division, Ms. Leanne Stafford, and the Oakland County Board of Commissioners. approved by the parents and the citizens of Oakland County, October 13th, 2021.
Thank you, ma'am. Jill Bassar, followed by Melchiah Newman.
My name's Jill Baysar, and I'm from Lake Orion. I teach the youngest of these affected by this mask mandate. I am a pre-kindergarten teacher in Oakland County. My job is to prepare these children for kindergarten, and I do it with pride. They are our most precious resource. You, the board, have been elected by us, the people. However, you are not doing your job. When you refuse to listen to the very thing that we want to talk about, why do you not? Why are you putting the resolution on an agenda? Why do you tell people, Mr. Woodward, that is correct? We will not ever discuss this. Okay? That is, your job is to work for us. You are even being paid to do it. So I looked up many of the platforms that you ran on when you decided to run for this position. See if you recognize yourself. Quote, I work for the taxpayers, unquote. Quote, I am advocating for solutions to the issues they care most about, unquote. Quote, I want others who have felt unheard to have a voice, unquote. Looking at the Michigan.gov site, there are 62 cases in the 7 weeks this health order has been put in place. There have been 62 cases of COVID in the schools. There are 210,000 children in Oakland County schools. That is less than 0.03% that have had COVID. Does this make sense? It doesn't to us. But maybe you haven't looked at the studies. Leanne Stafford cited in her health order a study from North Carolina about mask effectiveness. Have you read that study? Have you looked at it? Well, you should, because it's been criticized for several reasons. Number one, the study didn't take into account any of the other measures that were put in place to deal with COVID in the schools. They didn't take into account increased ventilation measures. They didn't take into account sanitation measures. In fact, what Leanne Stafford quoted in the health order, I can't find that in that study, and I've read through it 3 times. So look at it, please, and see if you come to the same conclusion I did. You know, Abraham Lincoln turned the proverb into this: actions speak louder than words. I do my job with pride. Can you say the same thing?
Thank you. Yep. The next, Melchiah Newman. Melchiah Newman, followed by Deanna Jamil, and then Timothy Smith.
Good evening, Commissioner Woodward, Vice Chair Gershenson, and all of the commissioners in the room, as well as the community at large. My name is Melchiah Newman, and I'm a proud citizen of the city of Pontiac. I was born by the river in a little tent. Then I go to my brother. I say, brother, help me, please. It's been too hard living, but I'm afraid to die. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change gonna come. Oh, yes, it will. This is the opening that I do for my presentation as a team supervisor for the CNS Healthcare Anti-Stigma Program. I have been working diligently for the past 16 years to eradicate the stigma that's associated with mental illness. I myself have a diagnosis of depression and bipolar disorder, but I am not bipolar, and I am not depressed. I'm a wife, I'm a mother, I'm quite lovely to look at. I'm funny, I'm a minister, so much more than that. Why am I here today? To bring attention to mental health. Our world has suffered a mass trauma over the past almost 2 years. Amen. This is why we see the erratic behavior of so many people around us. anxiety, depression, alcoholism is up, suicides are up. I thank God that the Oakland County Community Health Network, on the board of which I sit, because of these lovely people in this room who have had confidence in me for the past, I forgot how many years, Mrs. Spitz. I do my job well. I publicize that you can live a life, abundant life, a full life, a prosperous life, in spite of having a mental health condition. So that is my message. I'm available to speak all over the world, which is my next goal. I've gone all over the country. But I am so honored and thankful for this opportunity, and you will be seeing me again. Thank you, and God bless you.
Deanna Jamil.
Hello, my name is Deanna Jamil. I live in Walled Lake. I'm a mother, and I also have my degree in I have my master's degree in social work. I worked for Child Protective Services in Wayne County for 5 years. With that being said, I've seen some of the worst cases of child abuse and neglect, and what's happening here in Oakland County would constitute as child abuse. If somebody were to call the hotline pre-COVID, let's say, saying that somebody is forcing their child to wear a mask 8 hours a day in school, that would be enough evidence to substantiate child abuse. So what is happening here is child abuse, and it needs to stop. I'm a Catholic, and I am a strong believer in prayer. I've been praying for everybody on this board to do what is right for our children. I cannot remain silent on this issue. Due to this mask mandate, I have chosen to remove my children from school, and I'm taking on homeschooling. My children are 5 and 3. I began teaching my five-year-old how to read, and this is challenging for me to teach her to read without a mask. As a teacher before me had said, when you're pronouncing your words, you need to see your mouth. It's common sense. Anyways, also, let's go back when you guys were all in school and how important a smile is for you to see your teacher's child, for a child to see a teacher smile, and for a teacher to see a child smile can make a huge difference, especially in learning. I want to thank Commissioners Kochendorfer, Spiz, Gingell, Gillette, Long, Weipert, Kuhn, Nelson, and Lubes for voting to hear the Kochendorfer resolution regarding mask mandate. However, there is still no committee meeting scheduled to hear this resolution, so I will now begin to read a few paragraphs of this resolution since you guys refused to hear it. In a Detroit Free Press article dated August 23, 2021, Governor Gretchen Whitmer noted that school districts should determine whether to impose mask requirements and that districts in large measure wanted the ability to make those decisions at a local level. And whereas on August 24, 2021, the Oakland County Executive, by and through an order of the Oakland County Health Division, took that decision away from school districts and their elected boards and unilaterally imposed a masking requirement on over 200,000 students beginning at 5 years old and recommended supervised masking for children at least 2 years old. Whereas the Oakland County Executive, through the Oakland County Board Health Division, issued its surprise order with virtually no notice to the Oakland County Board of Commissioners, the county's legislative body. And whereas the Oakland County Health Division presumably issued its emergency order under MCL 333.2453, which authorized a local health officer to establish procedures to be followed by persons to ensure continuation of essential public health services and enforcement of health laws.
Thank you very much. Timothy Smith, followed by Katie Kerr, and then Christy Rust.
Good evening. My name is Timothy Smith, and I'm from Commerce Township. I wish to thank the board this evening for the opportunity to comment publicly. Since many previous comments to this board regarding mask and vaccine mandates have gone unheeded by the majority, I feel compelled to remind the board in its entirety once again in this regard. We are a nation and state governed by the rule of law. Mandates are not laws, and there is no lawful authority granted to any entity at a state or federal level that can supersede those rights granted to we the people by the U.S. Constitution. This board's failure to take action against the public enforcement of these mandates which is done under the color of law, means you are complicit with those that perpetrate these acts, and I note that commission and misprision of these acts are treated as one and the same. I would like to make the board aware of Section 242 of Title 18 of the U.S. Code titled Deprivation of Rights under Color of Law, which states, whoever under color of any law, statute, ordinance, regulation, or custom willfully subjects any person in any state, territory, commonwealth, possession, or district to the deprivation of any rights, privileges, or immunities secured or protected by the Constitution or laws of the United States shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 1 year or both. And if bodily injury results from the acts committed in violation of this section, or if such acts include the use, attempted use, or threatened use of a dangerous weapon, explosives, or fire, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 10 years or both. And if death results from the acts committed in violation of this section, or if such acts include kidnapping or attempt to kidnap, aggravated sexual assault, or an attempt to commit aggravated sexual assault, or an attempt to kill, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned for any term of years or for life, or both, or may be sentenced to death. It is time for this board to stand up and take action to rescind these mandates before children are harmed. For those of you not voting to rescind will be held accountable. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Katie Kerr, followed by Christy Rust.
Hello. First, let me start by saying a hearty thank you to the commissioners. Thank you for standing up for our children's health, for standing up for science and standing up in the face of threats of violence to you and your families and to harassment. It is a noble thing to do what's right, even when it's really hard. Second, we all want what's best for our children, but for some reason masks have become about rights and choice. Well, those are valid concerns. Fortunately, our Constitution and our Supreme Court have addressed these issues. There's a little something called the 10th Amendment. Not only does it give states power not specifically given to the federal government, it allows them the authority to take public health emergency actions. The Supreme Court made a ruling in 1905 during another pandemic in Jacobson versus Massachusetts. The court explicitly rejected the claim that liberty under the Constitution includes the rights of individuals to make decisions about their own health in instances where those decisions could endanger others. It goes on to say, a community has the right to protect itself against an epidemic of disease. So if you're going to argue about rights in the Constitution, educate yourselves on what's in there. Lastly, for all those who are against masks, I know you are angry and enraged, and you should be. I empathize with your anger, but it is misdirected. You should be mad at the people that lied to you. You have been lied to by our leaders, by misinformation spread through social media, and by medical professionals with personal agendas or who look to be financially rewarded for contradicting the rest of the world's medical advice. You want so badly for what you believe to be true. You want to believe masks are bad because they bother you, they're inconvenient, and at times uncomfortable, and your leaders and trusted officials have refused to wear them as well. So you scour the internet looking for some shred of info to confirm your beliefs, and if you look hard enough, you'll probably find it. But if you zoom out for a second, you might see the logical, science-backed side of these issues. Ignore the noise of the minority and focus on the truth, the actual truth, not the one you desperately want to be true.
Thank you. Chris. Christy Rust, followed by Heidi West.
Good evening. My name is Christy Rust. I live in Novi. My children attend school in Walled Lake. I'd like to share part of an email dialogue I had with Commissioner Markham after I attended the last Board of Commissioners meeting. After seeing her double masked while sitting in her plexiglass cubicle and then removing her mask when presenting the budget, even though she was close to unmasked commissioners, I was curious about her beliefs, so I emailed her and asked. I was shocked that she replied and then also replied a second time when I had additional questions. I asked her what her take or her stance was on the mask mandate in Oakland County and if she felt that the health department should make a blanket mandate solely for children and teachers. Based on the behaviors at the meeting, I would assume she would have been pro-choice because even though masks are required in this building, she chose to remove her mask to speak. She responded that she removed her mask when addressing the full board in the room as the chair of the Finance Committee to present the annual budget, and she removed her mask to be heard properly. To be heard properly. You will note that she put it on when she went back to her seat. So I responded that I appreciated her well-thought-out answer, and she took it off to be heard properly. I'm a teacher. I work with struggling readers. Typically, I work with 1st through 3rd grade readers. I work part-time. In the morning, we used to see 1st through 3rd grade. This year, we're only seeing 1st graders because in the building I work at, 50% of our children are below grade level. 30% of those children do not know their letters and their sounds. It would make my job easier and give these students a better chance of success if I could remove my mask and they could remove theirs if they chose to, if they wanted to, if their parents wanted them to, so that we could hear each other properly. We should be able to make that choice just as you did. We all want to have the choice. We all want to be able to choose. We all want what's best for kids. There are teachers in my building that wear the mask because they are scared. They're scared that they're going to lose their job if they stand up and speak out. That's not right. They shouldn't be afraid to lose their job for doing what's right for kids. I sit next to a teacher who wears her mask all the time, and all morning long I keep hearing, "Put your mask on, put your mask on." I ask my own children how many times they say it. It depends on the teacher, because there's teachers like me that could care less. My mask is down a lot. I know the other teacher doesn't take hers down. I take mine down because there's part of the mandate that says if I need to do my job, I can take it down, and I do all the time. But my kid has a teacher who wants that mask on all the time. So all the time, that teacher's telling my kid, "Put your mask up, put your mask up." Imagine how much time is lost because these children are, instead of getting the curriculum, instead of learning how to read, learning to do their math skills, they are being told to put up their mask. We need to get back to teaching the children the curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take another 15-minute recess.
weird bits in the front. And I must say, I don't know where. There it is.
Okay, we're going to come back and resume the meeting. Commissioners can take their seats. I'm going to ask the clerk to do a quorum call.
Okay. Commissioners, please take your seats. Commissioners Gershenson?
Here.
Gingell is excused. Hoffman?
Here.
Jackson? Joliet? Here. Kokendorfer? Here. Kowal? Here. Kuhn?
Here.
Long? Here. Lubes?
Here.
Markham? Here. McGilvray? Miller is excused. Moss?
Here.
Here. Nelson? Here. Powell? Here. Spiz?
Here.
Weipert?
Here.
Woodward?
Here.
Cavell?
Here.
Charles?
Present.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. A quorum is established. We're going to pick up on where we left off. We just ask everybody to please be respectful of everybody, follow the decorum of this chamber. Please refrain from any applause, and we can get through. There's a lot of people who've come here to speak. We want to make sure that we're respectful of everyone's time, and so I ask you to continue to follow that quorum. Everyone is welcome to speak and give their comments to this board and afford the same amount of time to do that. As a reminder, please offer your name as well as the community of residence. And I will pick up with Heidi West, followed by Corwin McCord.
Hi, my name is Heidi West. I have a son at Walled Lake Western in Walled Lake, and I live in Novi. A couple weeks ago, I talked about my opposition to the mask mandate, the efficacy and harm of masks on our children. So when I was trying to figure out what to talk about tonight, I thought, go to the kids that are being forced to wear masks. So I talked to a bunch of 8-year-olds, and I said, once the mandate's lifted, God willing, are you all going to be comfortable taking them off? And they said, no. And I said, why? And they said, because we're afraid. So I looked up fear. Fear is defined as an unpleasant emotion caused by the belief that someone or something is dangerous, likely to cause pain or a threat. Children's exposure to negative information related to COVID-19 directly contributes to their fear. Masks promote fear, fear of others, fear of themselves making other people sick. It impacts their thinking and their decision-making in negative ways. It leaves them susceptible to intense emotions and impulsive reactions, as if they don't already have those, right? This is unjustified hysteria, and it's literally the people in charge of our children are the ones promoting the hysteria. Frank Hubert is a sci-fi author, and he wrote, "Fear is the mind killer." He dubbed fear the little death that brings total obliteration. In essence, fear clouds our ability to make rational decisions. So we're teaching our kids to make decisions, good decisions. They're scared, so they don't even know what a rational decision is anymore. Only by overcoming our fear can we reassert ourselves as rational citizens and reclaim our country. And I mean, isn't that what we're trying to teach our children? Thank you.
We're going to take another 15-minute recess. 6. I'm going to ask the clerk for a quorum call, please.
Commissioners Hoffman,
Present.
Jackson, Joliet,
Here.
Kokendorfer,
Here.
Kowal,
Here.
Kuhn.
Here. Here.
It's hard to hear you. Long,
Here.
Lubes,
Here.
Markham,
Here.
Moss,
Here.
Nelson, Powell, Spiz,
Here.
Wipert,
Here.
Woodward,
Here.
Cavell,
Here.
Charles,
Present.
Gershenson.
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. At this time, I recognize Commissioner Hoffman.
Thank you again. It's really refreshing to see this many people participate in local government, because sometimes you'll have meetings and nobody shows up. And I think it's incredible that everybody is so passionate about this issue. Whether you're on one side or the other, I think it's good that we're passionate. I think that it's good that all the words be heard. And everybody needs to have their opportunity to speak. And so I guess I'm just asking you to kind of heed some of the things that other people have talked about tonight too, about the professionalism, lead by example, let everybody be heard. Let's get through this. And some people on my side over here suggest that I need my beauty sleep. I don't know what they really meant, but so if you could work together here and we'll get through this, and I thank you for your time. Okay. I'm up.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Please. We're going to move on to Corwin McCord, followed by Maria, Giannotti? Corwin, welcome. If you can share your neighborhood and community of residents.
Come on, guys. Okay, I'm Corin McCord. I'm from Rochester Hills. Okay.
Guys.
Okay, so first of all, can I just say I am a walking contradiction to what 90% of you guys are saying about the masks and the children. As a high schooler, I've worn this thing. I don't go to the I'm on online school this year because I don't feel safe around other people and other kids because they don't wear masks, not in school and stuff. But I've worn this on many occasions for over 8 hours and not felt any signs whatsoever of whatever hecking carbon dioxide or whatever stuff you guys are talking about. But yeah, I don't know. But my second point is that you guys believe with the free choice stuff that nobody has the right to impose their will on you and that you guys can make your own choice, okay? But what about the laws? Like, you guys, that's the will of the people. You guys voted for them and you guys follow that. That's the will. And what about the police? They're using their will to arrest you if you break one of them. That's their will. So either, yeah, like, it's either you're for or against. Are you pro-choice, which means that that everybody can break the laws because it's their will, or you are against the pro-choice and that, like, you can't break the laws. I lost what I was saying, but my third choice, not third choice. Let me pull up the data here. Sorry. One of the people speaking before me said that only 64 something people in the entire Oakland County in the schools have gotten COVID-19, right? But that is blatantly so 100% false. As I can see here, in the Oakland River County, I guess, over 400 students in that county have, gosh darn it. Well, I forgot what it is, but it's on the far west side of Oakland County. That school district has over 400 current cases right now. That is way more than the 64 or something that the man before me said total in 100% in this entire school year. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next we got Maria, is it Gennady? Or, and then I only have Steve here, so if Steve can give his last name. Maria, welcome.
Hi, I'm Maria from Birmingham. First of all, as a Italian American from an immigrant family, I'd like to say happy late Columbus Day to everyone. I'd also like to say that I am not a domestic terrorist. I am a concerned parent and citizen. I spoke last month at this meeting and was very candid in my remarks and expressing my concerns, and I spoke truths. Maybe that was too direct for some of you commissioners, but if the truth hurts, I can't do anything about that. It's your truth because it's your actions. You need to be accountable for what you do. Your repeated actions have led us down a path to uncover and expose the truth. If you don't like the truth getting out there, then perhaps you should change your actions and try to become a better person. After I spoke last month, Mr. Woodward commented that I should try to be respectful. I thought about what you said, Mr. Woodward, and I want you to know that respect is for those who deserve it, not demand it. And for those of us, some of us have felt disrespected by the way we've been treated and not heard or not listened to. When you deserve it, me and thousands of other Oakland County residents will let you know. But until then, you will be listening to us, so get ready, we're not going away. I work as a special education advocate. It's my job to advocate for children across the state that have special needs, learning differences, and medical conditions or mental health challenges. I have many clients that cover a range of conditions, and I have learned over my time in doing this that every single child is completely different. In the special ed world, we always look at each child as a separate, unique individual with different manifestations and presentations of their conditions instead of trying to fit them into a specific textbook version of their diagnoses. This is where you've created a very huge problem for the over 23,000 special education students that reside in Oakland County. First, you have put an illegal forced mask mandate on all children, which is not enforceable by law as of October 1st, according to Senate Bill 82, Section 250. Second, the mandate states that children with an IEP or 504 special education services can be exempt from your illegal mask mandate with a medical letter. But do you really know what's going on? Are you aware that a great majority of physicians will not write exemption letters for these children for their documented medical conditions? And do you have any idea why? Because they're afraid of losing their license and being doxxed. They see what actions are going on across this nation with the socialist regime, and they know that if they do this, they're going to get doxxed and something will happen to them. Do you know that superintendents and principals in many school districts will not honor medical exemptions for these children? They are not doctors with medical degrees and have no business assessing someone's medical condition. In fact, making judgments and mandating actions about medical conditions is considered practicing medicine without a license, which is punishable by law. Do you have any idea how many parents have contacted me for help because their child has asthma, autism, sensory issues, anxiety, ADHD, and other challenges, and they cannot tolerate a mask for 7 to 8 hours a day? One of my clients has a child that has not been allowed in school all year because she cannot wear a mask. She has multiple well-documented medical conditions, 4 of which involve respiratory dysfunction, and plus she has other chronic medical conditions and learning disabilities. The superintendent demanded to meet with her physician and question the physician's exemption and refused her medical exemption. You guys are on a power trip.
Ma'am, thank you.
Take care of these kids.
Thank you. I have Steve, but I don't have another. So Steve, if you could offer your last name and mention community of residence, please. I guess there is something written. It's that, Steve. Welcome.
Howdy, thank you. Steve Sioma, Clarkston. So I've overheard and I saw in some of the other commission meetings that really it's not up to you guys. I know that there is, of course, the resolution, which would be non-binding, and it would be largely showing that you were intending to do something, not necessarily something you could strictly do. What it comes down to, as I understand it, is the health department or the director of the health department. And ultimately, I think that in principle, I would like to think anyways, there are a lot of things that we can all agree on, everyone here. We care about our families, we care about our community. We may have different ways of expressing it, but this is not the forum, this is not a forum for any kind of discussion and understanding. This is not really a place for anything constructive to happen. And I don't know what that would look like. I suppose I would maybe suggest a resolution to look into it, to propose some sort of discussion that we could have. Now, I understand everybody can reach out to their respective commissioner and speak with them respectively to get a better understanding. But again, this is each individual person. What we have here is a community that is having a failure to communicate. Because of this, we are so opposed. Everything is polarized. Everybody's angry. Everybody's hating each other. And there's a discrepancy when it comes to hate. People think hate means an extreme dislike, but it's really not. Hate is, there's a reason why hate was such a strong word and why people are so opposed to hate, because it is to want harm or death onto something. And there are people who genuinely hate one another, and it's terrible. So I'll be reaching out to my commissioner, and I'm hoping other people will be reaching out to theirs to see what we can do to try to talk, to try to find a constructive solution, a way forward, to see what we can do to help our community, our people, one another. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you very much, Dave. Gina Hubbs, followed by Francesca Luisa.
Hi.
Welcome.
I want my son to have a choice. Evan is an 11th grader at Brother Rice High School. After supporting the Department of Defense for 14 years, I know I would lay my life down for him. He and his brother are my greatest accomplishments, and being their mom is my most rewarding job. We are a proud family of patriots. We love this country. My boys understand respecting the law, backing the blue, respecting women, and living a life serving Jesus Christ, our Savior. It pains me to know that my youngest son, who is an 11th grader, has not had a normal year since 8th grade. 8th grade. He's not experienced a normal, not one single year of high school. These years have been stolen from him by government outreach and tyrannical fear-mongering measures that are simply not backed by statistical data through studies. These are years he and other children cannot get back. They are stolen forever. Let's remember 2018. That was our last normal year of school. 2019, they went home in March and all activities were canceled. My oldest son lost his entire graduating year. 2020 brought virtual schooling, masking, contact tracing, quarantining, weekly school PCR testing to play sports. This year, we have masking, contact tracing, quarantining, and canceling of many activities. Things that they can do outside of school. They can go to a restaurant with their friends. My son went with his entire offensive line last week, 25 of them, to a restaurant without a mask. They can go to an indoor concert with 100,000 people at the center down in Detroit, or 70,000 people without a mask. We've seen the news and all of the football stadiums packed to the gill, not a single mask in sight. But my son cannot sit with 17 other students in his chemistry class in school without a mask. That is glaring. We talk here about suicides and how concerned we are with suicides here in the state. Did you know that Michigan has one of the highest suicide rates in the nation? We've had over 1,471 suicides ages 10 to 19 in 2019 and 1,284 in 2020. And we've had some of the strictest, longest reaching mask mandates and shutdown measures in the state. There are roughly 73 million children ages 0 to 18, and there have been roughly 686 COVID
please
deaths
wrap up,
in the nation.
Wrap up your comments. Thank you. Francesca, followed by...
Good evening, Francesca Lucia, Wixom.
Oh, yes, excuse me, I don't start the timer yet. Okay. Deputies, please escort this man out of the building. You are disrupting the proceedings of this building. Thank you. Okay, Francesca, I apologize for that.
Sorry.
Francesca, hey, everyone, shh. We are here to listen to Francesca, and then I believe Anita is going to speak after.
Good evening. I'd like to reintroduce the resolution that was introduced earlier this evening by 10 county commissioners entitled In Re Board of Commissioners Request for Government Transparency and Health Mandates. Whereas on August 24th, 2021, Oakland County Executive Dave Coulter, by and through an order of the Oakland County Health Division, unilaterally imposed a masking requirement on over 200,000 students beginning at 4 years old and recommended supervised masking for children at least 2 years old. Whereas Executive Coulter has repeatedly indicated he will, quote, follow the science, end quote. Whereas shortly after the order was issued, the Detroit News quoted Executive Coulter as stating, quote, this isn't a political decision, but a health order. It was a mandate with the best guidance of our public health staff, end quote. Whereas that statement is untrue based on emails recently uncovered through a request under Michigan's Freedom of Information Act. Whereas these emails demonstrate that the Oakland County Health Division initially proposed a significantly different order that was rejected by the county's executive orders. Whereas specifically the medical experts of the Oakland County Health Division proposed that the mask mandate remain in effect, quote, until 60 days past the date a COVID-19 vaccine is authorized or approved by the FDA and available to persons in pre-kindergarten through grade 12, or community transmission for Oakland County is categorized as low by the CDC for at least 7 consecutive days or until further notice by the OCHD. Whereas mere hours before the issuance of the final order on August 24th, the county executive's administration sent an email effectively overriding the Oakland County Health Division. Whereas specifically, the county's executive administration objected to the county health officer's decision to, quote, sunset the order after 60 days after FDA authorization for younger children, end quote. Whereas left with little choice, the Oakland County Health Division reversed its decision and complied with the administration's preference to ignore the science. Whereas the final order renders vaccine availability irrelevant, simply stating that the unilateral mask mandate will continue, quote, until community transmission for Oakland County is categorized as moderate by the CDC for at least 14 consecutive days or until notice from the Oakland County Health Officer, end quote. Whereas this is not the only change to the order that reflects the politics dictating the mandate, whereas the original draft of the order cited multiple statutes and an administrative rule for purported legal authority to mask children across Oakland County. Whereas Oakland County's Assistant Corporation Counsel struck many of these citations in the draft and stated, quote, they do not allow a health officer to issue an order to wear masks, end quote. Whereas in the same email, hours before the final order was issued, the county executive's administration asked, quote, we don't have the authority, question mark, end quote. Whereas all references to any legal citation were subsequently struck from the order. Whereas after the order was issued, 10 Oakland County commissioners realized the county did not have the statutory authority and introduced a resolution to the Board of Commissioners on September 2nd, urging them to rescind the order and permit school districts to set masking requirements. Thank you.
Thank you. Anita, welcome.
Hi, Anita Lucia, West Bloomfield. On September 20th, 2001, President Bush addressed the nation in the aftermath of 9/11, and in regards to why the terrorists hate Americans, he said this: they hate our freedoms, our freedom of religion, our freedom of speech, our freedom to vote and assemble and disagree with each other. So let's see. You have created barriers to free speech through censorship and cancel culture. Yeah, Bloomfield Hills School District, shame on you. You've compromised freedom of religion by allowing institutions to deny religious exemptions for an experimental vaccine and defiled election integrity by actually saying here in this room that people should vote without ID based on the honor system, as if people in your districts are too stupid to obtain ID. Seriously? I don't think so. My mom came to this country barely speaking English in the 1970s and was able to receive government identification. What a sad, desperate excuse to cheat. If you claim people are unable to get ID and that are in your district, then help them do so. Empower people. Don't victimize people. Nobody wants to be victimized. We are not victims. But you choose to stand for corruption and sit down when asked to answer for your irresponsible actions. We are fighting for our children and fighting for choice. I do not care if a parent wants to put a mask on their child, but I have my rights. They are my children, children the Lord entrusted me with. I saw the FOIA documents and the collusion between superintendents and the health department, emailing each other back and forth, deciding between recommendations and a mandate. But why would that be a question if there was an actual emergency? Oh, wait, there was no emergency. Define emergency. What data constitutes an emergency? What is the current hospitalization record of pediatrics from COVID? What data do you have on transmission between students and others? Your mandate clearly states that you would revisit the numbers in 14 days, and it's been several weeks without a single update as to why this mandate is still in place. You refuse to do the right thing. Mr. Miller in his opening prayer last time said something so true, and amen to that. Do all we do for the glory of God. But you're actually invoking the name of the Lord in what you're doing. You're not doing what you're doing for the glory of God. Sentiments are not actions. Actions are actions, okay? That's what you're doing. And just to let you know, if somebody is harassing your children, I would defend your children. I would never allow any child to be harassed or bullied or hurt. I'm asking you to do the same for our kids. Respect us as parents as we would respect you. Defend our children as you would want your children defended. Do you know what the golden rule is? That's what we're asking. Take these mandates away because they do nothing. They're just for self-serving purposes, political political theater. We don't want the masks on our children. Defend our children as you would want yours defended. We are parents too.
We're gonna take a 15-minute recess. Back to order. If everyone can please take their seats. Commissioners, please take their seats.
I appreciate you talking to me. That was, why did he vote when you?
Madam Clerk, please call the roll to establish quorum.
Can you take this up?
Commissioners, please take your seats.
You can't stand. Got it.
Okay. That was the fourth one, right? No, fourth.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, roll call. Commissioners Jackson?
Here.
Thank you. Joliet?
Here.
Kokendorfer? Kowal?
Here.
Kuhn?
Here.
Long?
Here.
Lubes? Here. Markham?
Here.
Moss?
Here.
Nelson? Powell? Spiz?
Here.
Weipert?
Here.
Woodward?
Here.
Cavell?
Here.
Charles?
Present.
Gershenson? Here. Hoffman?
Present.
Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to start with Richard Bell, followed by Catherine Kennedy, then John Parkinson. Welcome.
Good afternoon. It's good to be back in the House, Oakland County House, with so many familiar faces. My name is Richard Bell. I'm here on behalf of the Kids First Initiative. I was born and raised right here in the city of Pontiac. Kids First Initiative is a grassroots nonprofit that was built on relationships. I'm here tonight because we're not tapping into some of our most valuable resources, our young people. We do not have enough young people from underserved communities studying or embracing the STEM fields. I'm talking about science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. It's a problem in Oakland County, it's a problem in southeastern Michigan, and it's a problem all over the country, and it's costly. There's an economic cost, there's a social cost, and there's a national security cost, because valuable voices are being left out. 6 years ago, we leveraged our relationships with some of you to create Kids First Initiative STEM Ignite. It's a place where students feel comfortable using creative design, thinking, and three-dimensional thinking. A place where they are using hands-on STEAM activities to learn problem solving and 21st century skills. It's a place where ideas don't have any ceilings. It's a place where our young people see themselves in some of the high-paying STEM careers. A place where some of our young people, some of the ones we've already thrown away because we said don't like science, are using drones, robotics, artificial intelligence, and virtual reality technology to drive social change. You know the kids, the same ones we said don't like math, are using the engineer design process to drive innovation. That same innovation can change Oakland County, it can change Michigan, because it's already changing the world around us. Do you remember the last time we were here? We had the whole floor covered with gases from dry ice. Remember when you flew the drones, the excitement on your faces, the anticipation of what was going to happen next? We are asking you to help us to bring that same experience to all of our young people. When we are out working with the students at fairs, churches, and schools, the one question we get asked the most from the kids is, can we do more science? And if we are coming back tomorrow? The parents always ask, how can they sign their kids up? I'm going to call on some of these same relationships with you to bring this program to scale. Imagine the problems we could solve if we put the full weight of the county government behind a program like this. I'm talking about changing lives. I'm talking about building 21st century workforce. I'm talking about changing the trajectory of Oakland County, the state of Michigan, and America. Help us to ignite that STEM spark in our young people. Again, it's been a pleasure to be here with you today. My name is Richard Bell, and I'm here on behalf of the Kids First Initiative, STEM Ignite, and I want to thank everyone sitting here today for all the support over the years. We couldn't have done it without you, and I'm looking forward to the 28th. I'll see you in person on the 28th. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Catherine Kennedy, followed by John Parkinson. Catherine Kennedy, are you here? No, I don't see Catherine. She may have left. Okay. Mr. Parkinson. And then we'll have Shauna Thurman.
It's Parkinson, John Parkinson. I'm from Macomb.
So, Mr. Chair, may I have your undivided attention, because while many were speaking, you keep looking down at your phone, I believe. Do you even really care? You asked us to speak directly to you, so I'm going to speak directly to you. Every time you take a recess, it's just you acting like a child. First, let me say, mandates and orders aren't laws, okay? Your health department is in violation of law, and you know this. What happens when people break the laws? The law comes after them. Are you or your health department above the law? It appears so. You did a few things tonight that contradict what you allow the health department to keep doing. First, you had a proclamation to Common Ground for their 50th anniversary and dedicated service. One thing they do is to help prevention of suicides. You are aware there is a rise in youth suicides because of a cloth face covering, are you not? God is watching. Next, you opened in prayer and the Pledge of Allegiance. I say again, God is watching. Many counties have rescinded such mandates, and ours never reissued one. Surely you can do the right thing and end this masquerade now. Many of you are a disgrace and are a disservice as public servants. Remember, we the people are all watching as well. In God we trust. This is not Nazi Germany. It's America. Remember, those who were told to get into boxcars for their own good. This is the same thing. Stop forcing your will and your opinions on those who accept the responsibility of choice. The way you vote prompts the way we will vote. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Shauna Thurman, followed by Shane Trejo. Shauna, are you here? I'm Shana. Oh, there you go. I'm sorry. Yep.
Good evening. My name is Shana Thurman. I've been a registered nurse for 17 years. I've got my master's in science and nursing. I've also got certifications in leadership and executive coaching. I also helped set up your state facility, the Suburban Showplace, and was over the staffing office there. And I'm here today to talk to you guys about what is happening with the mandates on nurses. We, as a profession, are the #1 profession to lose our nurses in their first year to never come back to the profession. So I understand that everyone's all about this vaccine and not for choice in this, but what you don't understand is that your hospitals might be telling you that we're gonna be okay because of staffing. We're not. My job, I don't work in the bedside anymore. My job is as a workforce coach to try and retain people. This job for me was before COVID. It was before COVID because we have had a crisis for a long time. And so for them to get overseas nurses to temporarily replace us, it's a Band-Aid. We all know how that works out. We're gonna bleed out from it, okay? That doesn't work. Already they're starting to put LPNs in the hospital to replace these registered nurses. And while that might be a temporary thing, you can keep adding more nurses and trying to get them to school and go through that great Frontliners and the Reconnect Act that I help as a coach to get these people through and get them signed up. But when they leave the first year because of incivility in the workforce and the way they're treated, you think this is gonna be okay? It's not. There are many that are hanging on just because they love people, vaccinated and unvaccinated. And pretty soon, the vaccinated are gonna have enough because they're gonna see their coworkers that they love, that they have stood side by side throughout this pandemic, leaving the workforce to never return. And I hope to God that people wake up. Now that you all have heard me, so I can speak properly, I think we have a communication problem that is happening here. And so when people can't hear each other, it's usually 3 reasons, and I'll probably run out of time here. But I have sat with this mask on, which I am trying to work on not calling it a face diaper anymore, okay? Because I realize that that hurts people. It hurts their feelings, and people are scared and they're hurting, and that's not the way to communicate. And so one of the main reasons that people do not hear each other is because of practical barriers to listening, not paying attention, being on their phone. We've seen that tonight, okay? Then we also have informational barriers, which means that they're not interested in the information being said, which is usually because you disagree or you're not open to the information. And the last thing, which sometimes I feel like maybe that's why I had to wear this tonight, is because it's personal barriers where maybe you don't like the person or you think that there's something wrong with them. You guys need to listen. These people, I've been watching this for weeks, for months. You need to listen to your community and put this in a place where people can talk about it. Because we are all going to be affected as patients in these beds some days. Let me tell you, I've been doing it for a long time, and this is my specialty because I care about it.
Thank you, Santa. Andy Miller, followed by Kelly Brill. Andy? Oh, excuse me, it was Shane first. Right. Shane Trejo, followed by Andy Miller. And then Kelly Brill.
Hi, my name's Shane Trejo. I'm the 11th District Republican Party Chairman. I'm here to read a message from Grace McBride, a 17-year-old girl, a senior at Milford High School who could not attend tonight and wanted me to read this. I'm sure that all the parents have given you the statistics and data that shows that masks don't work and aren't scientifically proven to benefit kids. I can provide an article with 42 reasons why masks are ineffective if you need more proof. However, I believe that you have all started to tune out the data at this point. So I'll talk about my personal experience at school with masks. I show up at school, and a majority of the kids in my school have their mask below their nose or their chin. I'm proud to say that I am one of those kids. So if the majority of kids aren't wearing their masks properly, then why should they be forced to wear them at all? I can turn around and eat lunch right next to all my friends without masks, but when I stop eating, COVID suddenly exists again? It doesn't make sense. I ran a cross-country meet the other day, and we shook hands with the other team. No masks, and yet we need to go to school with them on. Students can be practically on top of each other at a football game in the student section, but as soon as we step into the school, we have to put our mask back on. And yes, I understand that both of these instances are outside. I completely understand that most people are more comfortable with being maskless outside. But let me tell you about another instance indoors where masks don't make sense. I have morning swim practice for cross country, and we are required to wear a mask while walking around the pool deck. However, we need to take it off to be in the pool, where we're all aqua jogging next to each other and swimming in the same water. Then we have to wear our mask, but as soon as we get out of the water, then our mask becomes wet and completely ineffective at blocking any particles. I have a proposal. We should change all of the desks in schools to restaurant tables so that when we sit down, we can take our masks off because COVID doesn't exist then. Masks should be optional. I hope you listen to one of your students who is also a young adult in our community. If you truly care about our well-being, then you will let us make our own informed decisions on our personal health. Thank you.
Thank you. Andy Miller, followed by Kelly Brill. They're not here? All right. Christy Pepper, followed by Cindy Whitebaub. Christy Pepper, welcome.
Good evening. My name is Christy Pepper. I live in Beverly Hills, Michigan. I'm a mom of 4 kids. First of all, I just want to let you guys know that we're not going away. I understand that you believe that you don't have the power to do anything about this, and I disagree. The thing I'd like to discuss a little bit is an analysis of risk. We're talking about this need to keep the children safe. Do you know that 5 times more children die in car accidents every month than have died the entire pandemic of COVID? So if our main goal is to keep children safe, maybe we could talk about changing all the speed limits on the roads to 25 miles an hour. Maybe everyone except the driver in a car should be rear-facing and have a 5-point harness. Now, I realize that these are ridiculous things to say, but my point is that we all live every single day with an acceptable level of risk. And as a parent, it's my job every day to traverse the world with my children and decide what my level of risk is. When the school bell rings, all 4 of my kids have to go to school with a mask on. When the school bell rings again, we could go to a restaurant, we could go to a wedding, We could go to any number of places where they're not required to wear a mask. Adults can go out in the world and be without a mask. My first grader started kindergarten last year virtually and has never been to school without a mask. The message that we are sending to him is that school is a dangerous place, that people are to be avoided. Now, thank God he has enough of a stable home life, and I allow him to play with his friends. The friends that he can't go anywhere near during the school day, he has sleepovers with and parties with on the weekends. It's ridiculous. We're asking these children to suspend belief. We're asking them to believe that when they sit down to have lunch, that suddenly there's some magic force field and COVID's not there. But the minute they stop eating or drinking, it's back again and they have to get the masks back on. Come on, guys. I feel like our kids are being used as political pawns, and it's not right. It's my job to decide in every other capacity of life what the best choice is for my kids. That's all I'm asking. That's it. We're not going away.
Thank you. Cindy Wetmouth, sorry, I'm having a hard time reading the handwriting here. Is it Cincy? Well,
Hi there.
I apologize.
It's Cindy Weintraub. I really have terrible nurse handwriting, so I apologize.
Right.
So I don't have a long speech filled with cites of substantiated data and facts and everything else, because I'm not going to bore you with that. You can look it up. There's substantiated data, evidence-based practice, all which is easily found by everybody. None of us here are public health experts. None of us here are epidemiologists that I know of. We rely on those experts to make the decisions for us. I appreciate everyone in this room, everyone on the board, relying on those public health experts to make the decision for us. I'm going to tell you what I have said in the course of the last 18 months as a nurse, and that is this. Nobody is happy during a pandemic. Nobody here is happy. I would be hard-pressed to find anyone here in this audience that is happy with the situation. It sucks. Do we agree? It sucks. But we are in this situation. We are in this situation right now. What are we going to do about it? Right now, we are at a crossroads. Right now, our job is to keep the community safe and keep our youngest population that is unable to be vaccinated, that is unable to socially distance. We are there to keep them safe, and that is our job right now. And we will leave those decisions up to the public health experts. So what we're going to say is that the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. That is something that I've repeated to myself over and over and over again over the course of my experience as a nurse for the last 24 years. I hold a Master's of Science from Nursing. I feel like I've been successful, and I've experienced all different aspects of nursing, especially during this pandemic. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. And right now, the needs of the many are for our youngest population who cannot protect themselves to keep them safe. If you want to wait until the vaccine is available for the youngest population, then you want to look at lifting the mask mandate, so be it. Go ahead and do that. Right now, we have a duty and a job to protect our youngest population. Finally, I'm going to leave you with this for all of the parents that tell me that they're expressing their concern about mental health for not only their children, but for themselves. I encourage you to go ahead and seek out some of these resources that are available to you. We have a wonderful community here. We have a wonderful county with wonderful resources, and they are readily available. If you are concerned about the mental health of the well-being of your children or yourself, or you're worried about educational gaps that your child is facing, please reach out. Reach out, now is the time. If you want, I will help you with those resources. The resources are available, but let's not pin this on the Board of Commissioners right here that are trying to do their very best to keep the community safe. The last thing I'm going to say is I'm sure that none of you asked to be in this position, but here you are, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Jacob Nugi, and then Justin Winkle. Is it Winkleman? So Jacob Nugi, and then Justin Winkleman.
Hi there. I'm Jacob Newby. I'm from Madison Township. I just wanted to ask what's the redistricting commission's progress on the new districts for the county commissioners, and if you have progress, maybe if you could post it publicly online, and if it's already there, maybe make it more open and visible to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Justin Winkleman and then Christy Moore.
Good evening, Justin Winkleman, Bloomfield Township. My comments have morphed since I first arrived this evening and because of your actions, Mr. Chairman. First off, I find it embarrassing, disgraceful, and disrespectful when Commissioner Powell, who is no longer in the room.
Address your comments to me.
When Commissioner Powell, who is no longer in the room, had to go to the caucus room to quiet down the party that's going on there, I hope it wasn't other commissioners not being in here to listen to constituents. If so, that's even more embarrassing, okay? I'm here for another reason, though, and initially why I came here. And that is regarding discussion about perhaps making the Oakland County Commissioners full-time. Why do we need full-time commissioners when we've done just fine, actually better than fine, exceptional as a county for decades with the current part-time structure here in Oakland County? We've had unprecedented growth, a AAA bond rating, all with part-time commissioner structure. What additional perks are being looked at? Cars, lavish benefits to staff, why? And at what egregious expense to us, the taxpayers? There is extremely long precedence in Oakland County is not a full-time role. Why do you want to make it a full-time role with full-time pay and perks? Each one of you decided to run for office and provide public service to your constituents. It does not mean you get full-time pay. My next concern is you want to make your terms 4 years. Why? All of your constituents deserve the opportunity to vote you out as soon as possible. That being every 2 years. And that cannot come soon enough based on the circus you've created, Mr. Chair, this evening. This is disgraceful. You've exhibited yourself as a poor leader, in my opinion, because of what you've been doing with this constant recessing. I've been cringing in my seat, embarrassed for you as a taxpayer. Now I'm going to be donating to your opponent. I'm sure others in this room will do so as well, and it might be the most expensive commissioner seat in history. Lastly, how much overtime are you creating for the sheriff's deputies? For the shenanigans and for their amazing work. I've counted at least 10 deputies here. Gentlemen, thank you for being here. Thank you for your service to our county. It doesn't seem very taxpayer-friendly to keep costs down, to keep recessing every few minutes, Mr. Chair. You're being wasteful to the taxpayers. You do not deserve to have any control of any budgets or financial decisions, period. You act like a child. Why should you have any adult responsibilities? With all due respect, you're exhibiting bad form.
Christy Moore, followed by Patricia Neuschwander.
I'm Christy Moore. I'm from Orchard Lake. I've been in healthcare for 22 years now, and you don't need me to come up here and tell you what your masks are doing and what they aren't doing for you. You already know that. Me, I've been well-versed and educated on what masks do as I wear one every day at my job. I know which mask to wear, when to wear it, and what situation I need to wear it that's going to protect me from. I'm not going to argue with you about what's right and what's wrong. I'm up here because I want to represent my son at home. He has an IEP, and he requires a little extra support to get through schooling. When he has a hard time listening to the instructions from his teacher and he needs me to intervene, that becomes a problem. My tax dollars are paying the schools to give him a proper education. When I brought this up with the district about pronunciation, he just can't understand what you're saying. You need to slow down, pull your mask down. They tell me that I have an option. I can send him to an online academy. I'm sorry I don't pay $1,200 a year in taxes for West Bloomfield schools to have that online option. You may have heard up here too, there was a phrase that was mentioned earlier about how we're saving. Let's see, the needs of many outweigh the needs of a few. Well, in the past 20 months, we have a saying also, we sacrifice one to save many. How many ones did we sacrifice in the past 2 years to save many? Now we're sacrificing many. We're not treating, we're mandating, we're creating staffing shortages in a very dire environment that already is suffering from staffing shortages. The mandates are too much. We created a false narrative for defunding the police, and we know what that got us with our cities. Now we're attacking healthcare workers with mandates, and we see what's happening to healthcare. You're mandating our children. These are children who are innocent. They want to socialize. I'm up here today because this young man behind us is obviously terrified. He thinks that his gas mask is going to save him. That's a narrative that we're pushing and you're participating in. That's a false narrative. That's a lie. 22 years ago, I got into this field because I wanted to be the good. I wanted to give informed consent. I wanted people to have freedom of their own independent health care. That's what we all want, right? I'm here for my children. You're not acting on behalf of my children. Really, I'm wondering at what point in your careers you sacrificed our kids. When did you sell your soul? And how much money are you being paid to not listen to us?
Thank you very much, Christy.
Your positions
Patricia,
are voted in, and we're going to be voting you out.
Your time is
So
up.
it would be...
Ma'am, your time is up.
Well, I just
Thank
have
you.
one
No,
more thing. The
your
resolution that
time is
Adam
up.
was
Your-
trying to bring
Patricia
to the floor earlier,
Nori,
it would be
Noyan
beneficial
Schwander,
if you would
followed by
listen to your
Brittany
constituents in bringing that to the
and then
floor. We
Denise
would like to vote on that.
Patricia and Brittany. Is Patricia here? Is Patricia here? I don't see Patricia. Okay, then Brittany. Brittany Fialco. And then we got Denise Capps. I think this is Larry Zalisi next. Welcome.
Hi. My name is Brittany Fialco. I'm from Royal Oak. I'm also a kindergarten teacher in Oakland County. First, I'll comment to support the teacher who said there is loss of instructional time with masking. Today, I tallied how many times I had to tell my students to pull their masks up. With 19 kids in class, I said it 267 times from the time of 9:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. I gave up at lunch. It's my job to teach, not to police kids about masks. Next, I'll speak about my own child. For the last 3 weeks of school, he has experienced severe anxiety over masking. Every day he complains that he does not want to attend school and says that he has a headache or that his stomach hurts. My child, who up until this year has loved preschool and learning, now hates school. Last week, he was kicked out of school because one of the mask police parents who saw my speech at the last meeting and who I'm guessing is watching me now in order to dox me further, decided to turn him into our school for wearing a breathable mask. So I was informed that he either needed to wear a mask different than the one he was wearing or that he would not be allowed to return to school, the school I teach in. While I am firm in my belief that children should not be masked, I also wanted to ask him how he felt about changing into a different mask that would hinder his breathing even more. He immediately began to cry and begged me not to send him to school. He spent the next day home with me while we obtained a mask exemption form for him. On Monday, when we returned to school, he was sent to the office in tears because his exemption had not been approved by the district. He asked me why he was getting in trouble because he had a doctor's note. My 5-year-old's kindergarten experience has consisted of him being bullied about masks. My well-adjusted, intelligent, and tender boy has been affected by your erroneous and fraudulent mandates that have been followed by the public school system, which now has him hating kindergarten. This needs to stop. I also have friends of mine who are telling me that their children are getting daily bloody noses from masking in class, and others have told me that their schools are implementing point systems to encourage mask wearing. If you get 2 points for mask violations, you have to serve detention. So if a child removes their mask to breathe freely in a day, they have to serve detention. Other elementary age children are saying that they have to take frequent bathroom breaks so they can go to the bathroom stall to remove their mask to breathe. This is asinine. As a teacher myself, I cannot fathom how incredibly ignorant and heartless a person must be to bully a child who does not feel they can breathe masked. Policy or not, when When will the child's mental health matter? When is it too late? I just recently read statistics that about 10% of the school population, which is 9 to 13 million children, struggle with mental health problems. So I wonder how the bullying that's taking place from school officials, other students and adults such as yourself, and the left activist parents who indoctrinate children to mask up and bully other children who don't feel comfortable in doing so, will be affected in the years to come. Our county is in danger. It is a dangerous thing that is happening to our children, and soon we will see the effects that come from these mandates. There are two types of people in this world: people who want freedom and who follow the Constitution, and people who support and participate in the theft of our rights and who want to control others. You've made it incredibly clear where you stand for these fraudulent mandates and the theft of our constitutional rights. The mask mandate is unlawful and unenforceable per Michigan law, and you know it. We are aware that you are penalizing districts who do not comply. You are abusing your power and abusing children. You need to stop bribing school districts and coercing people into unlawful compliance. You, as well as the districts who continue to comply, will be held accountable. One final thing I would like to note is that if you plan to continue harming
All right, we got
children with
Denise
mask
Capps,
mandates
ma'am.
or future vaccine
Denise
mandates,
Capps,
people
followed by
will
Larry
be
Selzy.
sure, just as passionate to save their children as you think you're going to be passionate to hurt our children.
Your time is up.
Your time is up.
Thank you. Commissioner Moss, is there anybody else that, is there any other lists up there? Commissioner Moss, is there any more sheets up there?
I just want to let you know the next person after me has already left. Larry Zelesny. He's
Oh,
not
there's no
here.
Larry?
He's not
Okay,
here,
so
but I'm Denise.
Capps. All right, thank you.
I'm from
Denise,
Clawson. So I'm not here to attack anybody or to fight about this issue. I'm here to stand up for my kids. I'm here to fight against the lies and the propaganda coming out of this county. These last couple months have been very frustrating. I've been to several meetings, subcommittee meetings, asking commissioners to stand up for our kids. I'm not a lawyer or a politician, so I'm not going to get into the legality, but I will say, you know, as a citizen, as someone that spoke out, it is very frustrating to attend these meetings and to hear a response from commissioners that we can't do anything, we support our health department, we want medical experts to make these decisions. To me, that doesn't sound like standing up for kids. It doesn't sound like you're standing up for families. As a parent, I know my kids way better than any of you in this room. I take them to the doctor. I know what their personal issues are. I should be able to make the decision about whether masking is appropriate for them or not, what situations it's appropriate. It's also frustrating to be in this room and see this side of the room unmasked and this side of the room masked. I'm not looking for cheers. I appreciate the applause, but it's just, I don't understand why this is a political issue. These are our children. We need to work together to support them and to create an environment that's healthy for them. Honestly, when I look at this side of the room, to my right and in front of me, you all look like robots. I know some of you are very nice. I've talked to you. You try to reach out. But it really doesn't make much of a difference when I can't even see your face. I don't even know who you are. And this is what our kids are dealing with. Like, I deal with this as an adult. This is what our kids are dealing with at school, is seeing all these robots around them. It's very hard to connect with even nice people who are wearing a mask. I can't see your face. I don't know what kind of smiles you have. It would just be, as parents, we would feel more supported if you would at least say, we're supporting our children and standing up for our children rather than we're standing up for our health department. We think that parents know their children best and should be able to make these decisions rather than medical experts. And by the way, medical experts know nothing about, they're not the experts on masks. You had, on September 2nd, two PPE experts here that told you that this was an inappropriate use of masks. Why Leanne Stafford and Russell Faust are not listening to such people, I don't understand. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Larry Schmidt and then Doug Fleury. and then Ryan Johnson. Welcome, sir.
All right. Good evening. Like to see everybody's, at least eyes on this side, some faces and comments here. My name is Larry Schmidt. I am Deanna Jamel's father, and I have 5 children and 3 granddaughters. All 3 of my granddaughters are in Oakland County. I have my oldest granddaughter, who is 8.5, and then I have a 5-year-old and a little 3-year-old who just turned 3, who has the mask mandate. My daughter has had the courage with some other parents to be able to teach her children at home and is on a great network. I'm a clinical social worker. I started working in the field in 1980, right out of high school. And I was talking to Charlie, right, who's also a social worker. And I was involved in closing down Plymouth Center, as well as Mount Pleasant, and working on the transition of people with severe pervasive disorders. And learned all about, they were my best teachers. Learned all about sensory integration. I'm certified in sensory integration. Went to University of Detroit Mercy, finished up at Eastern Michigan University. And the nurse that spoke earlier about using best practice approaches, I think she needs to take another class in ethics. Every individual matters. Every individual. We do individual plans of services. We do individual educational plans. And we look at what that person wants, what that person's needs are, and what their sensory needs are. We had a gentleman talking about education. And when he would say he wants to see the kids' excitement on their faces again, he wants to see how excited they get. We're failing our children. This country is failing in education, very clear. And you want to talk about mental health services? We are ready to go full circle and having to open up our institutions again. Our caregivers are exhausted. We have a huge crisis going on, but you're not going to hear too much about that, but you're not going to have a choice pretty soon because our hospitals are going to be filled with people with severe pervasive disorders because we don't have staff, and the staff, a majority of our staff in Wayne County where I work, will not get the vaccine. A lot of them already had COVID, and their immunities are much better. Best practice approaches, ma'am, okay? You can shake your head all you want, but know the true science. And take ethics. Again, every individual matters. All right?
Director, comments?
I am first generation to be in this country. I was brought up with the freedom and the fundamental rights. We have a constitutional republic. Please read that, understand what that entails, okay? And I heard, my daughter videotaped everything for me, all right? And I'm very passionate about this, all right? And Charlie knows just from our brief conversation, we're here on the same page. Respect every individual, okay? Their right to pursue their happiness. Fear is about control. And you want to hear a good Marxist ideology speech? We heard a couple of those today, all right? Marxism is the #1 killer of people in the world. And your last comment about before you guys had that big festival was everybody be safe?
Thank you, sir.
There is no safety without freedom. Winston Churchill said it the best, okay?
Thank you, sir.
If you're willing to give up your liberty,
Sir, everyone's been afforded the same amount of time. Please be respectful for everybody else. Doug Fleury, followed by Ryan Johnson. Thanks. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Doug Fleury, Madison Heights. I think I can pretty much tie everything everyone's been talking about together right here. These are the 10 stages of genocide. Stage 1, classification. People are divided into them and us. Stage 2, symbolization. When combined with hatred, symbols may be forced upon unwilling members of pariah groups. Discrimination, step 3, law or cultural power excludes groups from full civil rights. Segregation or apartheid, masked, unmasked, vaxxed, unvaxxed. Step 4, dehumanization. One group denies the humanity of the other. Members of it are equated with animals, vermin, insects, or diseases. Stage 5, organization. Genocide is always organized. Special army units being deployed to hospitals due to staffing issues or militias are often trained and armed. Step 6, polarization. Hate groups broadcast polarizing propaganda all day on your local media stations, on the radios. What's the new one? 2 shots, right? It takes 2 to make a thing go right. You've heard that new commercial? You got to get your flu shot and your COVID shot. Propaganda. Step 7, preparation. Mass killing is planned. Victims are identified and separated because of their ethnic or religious identity, vaxxed or unvaxxed status, maxed or unmasked. Step 8, persecution, expropriation, forced displacement, concentration camps, quarantine camps, COVID camps. Step 9, extermination. It is extermination to the killers because they do not believe their victims to be fully human. We know about what's in these jabs, turning people into no longer humans by law, according to the Supreme Court. Stage 10, denial. The perpetrators deny that they committed any crimes. Anyone see denial from the perpetrators? I'd say we're somewhere between 7 and 10. Denial is already being part of this. So the greater issue here is far beyond masks, okay? So you guys all need to wake up and understand what's going on. But maybe you already do, and maybe that's the problem. We're not going away.
Thank you, sir. Ryan Johnson, followed by Valan Kubo, and then Katie Kern. Welcome, sir.
Hi, I'm Ryan Johnson. My wife and I live in Troy. We have one son, a 3rd grader. I've stood here 2 times before. I have cited multiple bits of information from the National Institute of Health showing how the masks are unhealthy for the children, how they violate Michigan OSHA standards and national OSHA standards. I've stood here before and cited 6 different laws that the mask mandate is causing a violation of. And here we are, again, dealing with the mask mandate not been rescinded. So I can only stand here and assume that the larger portion of this body are all criminals. So David Woodward, dozens of us parents filed criminal reports against you for leading this criminal conspiracy. And funny enough, you started calling all of us back. How did you get access to those forms? Our direct cell phone numbers from the criminal complaints? Was that an act of intimidation? I kept you on the phone an hour and a half. I'm not intimidated.
You called me, sir.
No, sir. You called me. No lies here, please. Now that the state has struck down the ability for this mask mandate to exist, and it is, and so the law says this mask mandate does not exist. It cannot be issued and it cannot be enforced. Your perpetuation of this mask mandate is a fraud. Another crime being committed. Adding that to the existing crimes of violations of Michigan Constitution Title 8, Section 2, child abuse 4th degree, criminal coercion, violation of the Michigan School Code MCL 380.10, 380.113, 380.113, 1137, 380.1370B, violations of FOIA, with your co-conspirators, of course, violations of Title 18, Section 242, Federal Penal Code, Class A felonies, violations of Title 18, 1961, Section 1503, 1511, 1513, racketeering. So you all obviously think that you are protected and you can just do this and there'll be no penalties to you. And that might be true. The whole system might be so corrupt that we can't get a prosecutor, we can't get police. We're not standing down, though. And I'm going to tell you, every last one of the members here is bonded. They took an oath of office, and that office is insured by their surety bond. We're coming after those bonds. 3 strikes, and you're out. We don't need to repeal you. We don't need to outvote you. 3 strikes, and you can no longer have office. And you're going to pay for the privilege all the way through it.
Thank you, sir. Go on to Villan, Katie, and then Tammy Schroeder. Villan, is it Villan or Villan? Nope, no Villan, no Villan.
Hey, I put myself back on there since you skipped me.
Katie Kern.
What was the last?
What did you say, sir?
Said you skipped me.
I didn't skip anybody. I thought through. Katie Kern, followed by Tammy Schroeder.
You did skip Andy Miller.
I re-signed the papers. Okay.
But you did not.
If I announced him, I called him up. Katie Kern or Tammy Schroeder? Any? Hello? Welcome.
Hi, I'm Katie. I'm from Oakland County. I live from Waterford. A little different outfit on today. I don't have my scrubs, and I don't have a well-prepared speech, but I was so outraged at the last meeting, I thought, let's just go off the cuff here. So first, I don't understand how we have a board that votes in favor to not require an ID to vote while I can't be employed at a hospital anymore because I don't have a vaccine card. It's absurd, it's obscene, it makes no sense, and it's completely hypocritical. Second to that, I heard another gentleman talking about extending your guys' terms and things like that, and I just wonder, like, how many of you are vaccinated, and can you show us your card, since that's a requirement for all of us to work. I'm sure that makes you feel uncomfortable, as it should, because it's your private medical information, and it should be protected. But if we all have to do this in order to be employed, to feed our families, to pay our bills and such, as you look down at your paper, sir, thank you, I'm not sure why we have to make this proof, okay? It just makes absolutely no sense. On top of this mask mandate thing for our poor kids out here, I just want to say that I'm very discouraged at everybody who sat here idly and passively, because after the mask mandate will come the vaccine for these kids. This is not safe, and shame on all of these people who are sitting here in this passive nature, allowing it to get to the point where it could impact these kids. We don't want them to be the global experiment. I mean, that's what this is. We're signing them up to be the first. There's no longevity of this research for adults or kids. But as an adult, if you want to be ignorant and make a dumb decision, you're welcome to do that, but it shouldn't be forced on other people. It's just insanity. There's going to be a wonderful person speaking after me about protocols that changed in Oakland County for EMS and paramedic workers, which affects all of you, vaccinated or unvaccinated, if you display COVID-like symptoms when you call 911. So I would think about how deep in a hole we're digging. It's posted all online. She'll share with you more. But if you call 911 because you think you have a heart attack, but you try to tell them, well, I have a headache and I've been coughing and whatever, regardless of a PCR test or your vaccination status, it will change the care that you get. Like, let's say instead of 30 minutes of CPR, we only have to give you 10, okay? 10 minutes of CPR. If you're positive COVID, they're not requiring you to be intubated, which is establishing an airway to save your life. Now, this doesn't affect just me, but it affects you, sir, and all of your loved ones at home, and anybody who's needing emergency service. Like, we need to open our eyes. The picture is so much bigger than what this is, and if we keep sticking our head down a hole and pretending that nothing's gonna happen, the world's not gonna change. We've been here since February begging to be put on the agenda to prevent vaccine passports, now the mask, to prevent mandates. We're being ignored. So if Mr. Woodward's going to ignore, I'm going to put it to all of you, please help us. There has to be a way to get this on the agenda without the approval of Mr. Woodward. It has to happen. Okay, we're begging. You have people in your county begging for help. Stand up and help us.
Thank you, ma'am. Tammy Schroeder. Welcome, Tammy.
No, he mispronounced her name. She didn't know it was her.
Tammy, right? Tammy.
Oh.
Are you Tammy?
Yes. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Floor is
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I am here, as Katie said, on behalf of Brandon Bruson, who is a professional firefighter. So hello, this email is for all Michigan EMS state protocol advisors and any officials working with current EMS protocol updates and procedures. This email comes with extreme urgency to stop emergency protocols that include unethical, immoral, and malicious treatment of patients with suspected COVID-19 with or without a positive PCR test. I am a state licensed firefighter paramedic for the state of Michigan and cannot continue to do my job if I am required to let patients die and restrict critical interventions due
due to signs and symptoms associated with COVID-19. I am writing this email to urge an immediate change in protocol in regards to Section 1408, cardiac arrest in a patient with suspected or confirmed COVID-19. Section Roman numeral 3BI, it is unethical to abstain from endotracheal intubation for a patient with suspected COVID. As a paramedic, we sign up knowing fair and well we might encounter dangerous scenarios and are more than prepared to do so. Every patient we treat deserves equal and fair medical treatment to give them the best chance for survival. Without withholding critical airway intervention is withholding life-saving measures to give that patient the highest chance to survive. Why are these patients not given the same treatment as any other patient we see in the field? If I, as a paramedic, go to a cardiac arrest for a patient with confirmed tuberculosis, that does not stop me from providing any and all necessary interventions, including endotracheal intubation. Whoa, would you want your family member to have any intervention necessary for their survival? How about yourselves? Section Roman number 3B, 3 little i's. Why is a patient with a positive PCR test within the last 14 days only required to perform 10 minutes of CPR without ROSC, and then termination can be ordered by a medical control? Why do these patients not deserve a full 30 minutes, like Katie was saying, like every other patient we run on? As someone who has done CPR on countless patients, I know that even when chances look grim, there's always a chance for us to, there's always a chance for us in the field to have gotten ROSC for the first time on someone as long as 20 to 30 minutes into CPR. It doesn't matter what virus, disease, ailment, background, race, religion, or reason, we go to a 911 call. Each and every patient we perform CPR and receives 30 minutes of continuous CPR, except patients with a positive PCR test for COVID-19 in the last 14 days. Why is this? What makes these patients less important in your eyes that they don't deserve the same medical treatment as everyone else? Another section number. Never in the history of my career have I ever had to wait on scene after obtaining ROSC of a patient in cardiac arrest. In many cities, hospital destination can be obtained within 5 minutes of transport, including my own. That means that instead of waiting on a scene for 5 minutes and ensuring a systolic blood pressure, EMS could already be at the hospital and that patient would be receiving life-saving interventions, including emergency surgery, heart catheterization, hypothermia protocol, and many other treatments to ensure their greatest chance of survival. How many patients? You'll get this all in email. It's a valuable letter that he's written. Thank you for your time.
Ma'am. We got Andy Miller, followed by Brandon Eldridge.
We're going to switch spots. I'm going after him.
So you must be Brandon. Welcome, Brandon.
Hi there. I'm Brandon Eldridge from West Bloomfield. I'm actually going to continue reading from that email. Oh, thank you. You're welcome. That means instead of waiting on scene for 5 minutes and ensuring a systolic BP greater than 60 mmHg, EMS could already be at the hospital, and that patient would be receiving life-saving interventions, including emergency surgery, heart catheterization, hypothermia protocol, and many other treatments to ensure the greatest chance of survival for these patients. How many patients could we have saved if we had given the same opportunity as every other person we run on in the field? We may never know, but right here and right now we can change that and do what we all originally signed up to do in EMS, and that is to do no harm and ensure all patients we meet in the field receive the treatments they deserve so they have the best chance possible to live another day on this earth with their family and loved ones. I believe the public would be outraged if they were to find out that when you call 911, the life-saving treatments for your loved ones may be changed and or withheld based on the information you provide us. I believe this outrage has not been seen because the public does not know this information. In the beginning of this pandemic, the fear of the unknown may have been the reason behind making these protocol changes to ensure safety of EMS personnel, but now it is not the time to use fear as an excuse to allow people to die, and neither was it in the beginning. We have sufficient PPE, and we have the tools we need to ensure enough safety as possible and still give ethical and 100% necessary treatment to our patients regardless of their diagnosis. All firefighters and EMS members know the risks of our job. We run into buildings that are on fire without hesitation, knowing it could end up being catastrophic for any one of us. We wear the appropriate PPE, train as much as possible, and give 100% effort because we know deep down in our hearts it's the right thing to do. This is no different than that. Do the right thing. Our patients' life depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Andy Miller?
Oh, good evening. Glad to be back here. First thing I want to tell you, my name is Andy Miller. I'm from Commerce Township, and I'm highly disappointed in the balls that we have in the Republican Party. I'm like, are you guys going to stand up and do something? I'm sorry, I come here, this is my second time, and I haven't had anything get done from your guys' side. I'm sick and tired of watching you guys sit here and do your job, but fail every one of your constituents out here. We're the majority, and you guys haven't done crap. You listen to Brandon. I'm sorry, Mr. Woodward. But my other issue I have is with the cops. Look, I was in the military. I spent 8 years in the military. I worked under security forces, I worked with police. Why are you guys not doing your jobs? Is anyone going to stand up and do their friggin' job? I mean, you guys will escort somebody out because they ask where the bathrooms are? You guys need to grow a pair. This is ridiculous. These people are breaking the laws, and you guys aren't doing shit about it. When are you guys going to stand up?
Mr. Miller, direct your comments this way.
When are you going to stand up and do something? You've been nothing but a pile of crap is what you've been. You haven't done anything for our kids. All you've done is wasted time, taxpayer money, and our time. And that's all you're going to do. But you know what? Your job's coming up available, isn't it? You don't got no answer. I'm going to read something to you. I want to tell you what Mr. Coulter ran on. So Dave Coulter ran on, I want to boost opportunity for all people in all parts of our county. He said business attraction is so important to the county and that we continue to pursue it. But I want to make sure that we are equally focused on helping our local businesses grow and expand. I'm a local business, all right? All this pandemic stuff has hurt my business. I can't get employees, I can't get material, it's screwed everything up. But here we sit talking about our kids, mandates and vaccines. You know how many people are gonna stop working for the police when they get the vaccine requirement if you guys do it? You're not gonna have very many employees, I'm telling you right now. You're not gonna have doctors, you're not gonna have nurses. Doctors of ethics have already said that you're gonna lose probably 30 to 40% of your actual workforce in the hospitals. You're the health department. What are you doing about it? I can tell you right now, I would do more in your job than you have done in the last 4 years or however long you've been here. And I will run against you because I'm sick and tired of your freaking face sitting up there in that friggin' seat and you haven't done shit about it.
Thank you, sir. All right, that's the last person on this list. Oh, wait, sir, is there anybody else that wanted to speak during public comment? All right. I think that's all that I had on the list. I think that's everyone on the list. All right. Seeing nobody else wanting to speak during public comment, could you please? All right. I think we got everybody. I think we're going to move to. We're going to adjourn until October 28th or the call of the chair. Adjourn.
You skipped me.
Just want to get through this.
Oh, I thought you meant me. I was like, I'm so sorry.
Take Charlie out.
Okay. You're going to finish?
You're very happy.
Finish through this. So we start with Georgia Dixon. My mic's not on. All right. We got 6 more people, and then we will adjourn the meeting. Georgia Dixon, followed by Valan Kabu, then Kelly Brill.
Okay, well, I'm going to go first. Hi, my name is Valen. I'm from West Bloomfield. Your request for exemption for the COVID vaccine has been denied. Due to the nature of your role, approving this accommodation poses undue hardship to the organization due to increased risk to the workplace and patient safety. This is the message I received after years of studying, hard work, after nearly $70,000 in debt to fulfill my calling to become a registered nurse, a calling to help people. As nurses, we don't treat our patients different based on their diagnosis, though we have seen that a lot since the pandemic started. We don't allow fear to overtake us and influence the care we've given. 8,000 times before, I've been exposed to communicable diseases, some that have a vaccine and some that do not. I've always known the risks that were a part of my job, and I never judged the people I cared for if they were admitted because of a choice they made. I did my damn job because that's what I was trained to do. Many times I cried. Many times I felt like I wanted to run away, but I didn't. I did my job. I signed up to help people. I signed up knowing the risks. And I signed up knowing it wouldn't be easy. The job of healthcare workers has never been easy, but we've done it anyways. And the country that praised us the entire pandemic is telling us we're not worth it. It's time to speak up, stand up, and fight for your fellow healthcare workers who deserve better. We are asking you to stop the mandates, stop the judgments, and let us choose. Let us choose to be free as our forefathers intended us to.
Thank you, Valan. Georgia Dixon, followed by Kelly Brill, and then Jeannie. Or Ginny. Welcome, Ms. Dixon.
Hello, I'm Georgia Dixon from Bloomfield Hills. I have grandchildren. They're young. I'm against the mask mandate. All right, but really, this is about my 3rd time here, and I object to you, Mr. Woodward. I object to the way you conduct this meeting. You are out of order again. You were 17 minutes late tonight. You call these spurious recesses because you're punitive. All right? You are out of order. You are a bad leader. You have no business being here. All right? You're a tyrant. You're sadistic. So whatever the issues are that you're trying to adjudicate and present to this auditorium and to this board and everyone else in here is not realistic because you're a bad leader. I want you out. Moreover, my husband's sick with COVID. He had the jab. I had the flu. I had the jab. I know millions of people, not millions, many people had the jab, had COVID. Sickness is part of life. When Whitmer got rid of the lockdowns in June, I said to my husband, just wait. She will exploit the children come about September. And sure enough, all of this hoopla with the mask started when the children were to start school. She is an exploiter. The Michigan Health Department is her lackey. You're all her lackeys that are carrying out her mandates that are illegal and irregular and have no basis in health. I object, I object, I object. This is Marxism personified. I don't know who's paying you, whether it's Big Pharma, like Big Pharma's paying all the healthcare facilities, certainly in Michigan. They're pushing this hoax. That's what they're doing, pushing it. We know that it's baloney, all right? So just knock it off. We're on to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Kelly Brill and Ginny, excuse me.
My name is Kelly Brill. I'm from Oxford. I'd like to thank everybody for being here. Thank you, Mr. Spitz, for being my personal district commissioner. I come to you today as a first-time speaker at this forum. I feel it's time to use my rights as a citizen of the U.S. and a citizen of this great state. I'm here with a heavy heart. Although I'm legally allowed, it's not really where I wish to stand tonight, but I feel I must. I won't go over the harms that come from wearing a mask or benefits. I won't stand here and give you pro or negative statistics on COVID-19 vaccines or any statistics on COVID-19 in general. Instead, I stand before you to remind you why you are here as public servants and ask you and anyone listening to think about the question, how far will you go in allowing the powers of the government to overstep? As you are well aware, on September 29, Governor Gretchen Whitmer, whom I quote, was, quote, proud to sign, unquote, into law the Senate Bill 0082, which under Section 250 specifically states, the director or local health officer shall not issue or enforce any orders or other directives that require an individual in the state who is under the age of 18 to wear a face mask or face covering. This action in Lansing has made this a law in our great state of Michigan, and yet my child was forced to school to wear a mask today. Someone is breaking the law here, and I don't know who it is. In my eyes, number one, essentially our health department is placing a heavy hand on each school board and its members by withholding funds that would protect the local public schools from potential lawsuits. In a sense, the health department is forcing their hand to violate the law and the oath in which they took to uphold the Constitution. So I ask you, how far will you go in allowing the powers of the government to overstep? I also see the school board members, and you have taken this oath to uphold our Constitution, both national and state, which is the highest law of the land. We should have never needed a law to regard masking our children, period. This is a personal choice. So not only have you been breaking that oath, but you continue every day. My child is forced to wear a mask in school. So I ask you, how far will you go in allowing the powers of the government to overstep? Third, our health department has made it clear that our religious and personal rights as parents mean nothing. It is morally wrong as well as constitutionally wrong. We need you, our representatives, who took an oath to stand up. So again, I ask you personally, how far will you go in allowing the powers of the government to overstep? You may or may not agree with masking children, but you must have a line somewhere. How far will you go in allowing the powers of the government to overstep? What is your breaking point to stand up? Regardless of which passionate side you are on, forcing any child in the public school without the consent of their parent to wear a mask for hours is a massive overreach of our powers of government. Having the laws break daily by the powers of the government, this is my stand. So I ask you tonight to stand up with the powers of the government and remember, we the people are the governing body, not the powers within. You are the representatives. We need to allow the local school boards and districts to make their own decisions.
Thank you,
the
ma'am.
government powers should guide, but do not tyrannically govern.
Jenny, where? Steve Johnson and Amy Williams. Guys. Jenny, wait, ma'am, please. Ma'am, sit, please.
Hi, I'm Ginny, and I'm from Oxford. I was here a couple weeks ago. This is a madhouse circus. There's just so much hate going on. I have 3 children. We have pulled them out of school. We send our daughter to Macomb County to go to school, and we pay money for her to go to private school, even though we pay $10,000 in taxes for Oxford. But I don't feel like you guys are listening to us anyway. So I think I'm going to use my 2 minutes and 30 seconds to pray to God, because I know that He is listening and that He hears us. Father God, we come before you tonight. Lord, we ask that you hear us. Where 2 or more are gathered in your name, there you are, and I know there are other Christians behind me. Lord, I ask for you to light up the darkness, the dark things that are happening, the things that are being hidden from us, Lord, that we can see them so we can use them, so we can free our children from these masks, Lord. You put people into office just like you set kings before nations, and you took them down, Lord, when they did not do your will. I don't believe these people are doing your will, Lord, and I ask you, if there is not any honor in your heart, that you take them out of office, Lord, and you put righteous people in their place. We need you, Lord. We are begging you as parents of the children that you gifted to us, Lord. We are begging for your help. In Jesus' precious name, amen.
Thank you, ma'am. Steve Johnson, followed by Amy Williams. Mr. Johnson, and then Amy Williams.
My name's Steve from Waterford. I'm not a huge politics person, but at the end of the day, this has been a lot of fun, mainly because I look up there and just know that you lost. At the end of the day, you tried to shut us down. We kept cheering louder and louder. You didn't shut us up. So it doesn't matter what happens now. All that matters is that you lost. The other thing is we're talking to the wrong people here. You know, at some point, you guys have to vote on it, but then it's got to go above you guys. So David Coulter is the person that you're going to want to communicate to. And the people out here, that's the ones that you guys are going to want to fight for. Because even if they vote, doesn't matter if it passes or loses, he gets the final say. So at the end of the day, we might be fighting the wrong battle, but I'm fine wasting your time. I'll come up every 2 weeks. Doesn't bother me any. We'll be here till 3 o'clock. Doesn't bother. So at some point, we're going to have a huge following. And even if we sit here in silence for our 3 minutes, you're going to have to listen to it. Because at the end of the day, we don't really care. We're tired. You guys are wasted our time. Constantly wasted our time. This is ridiculous. So 3 minutes. We got 1 minute and 50 seconds left. So I'll just look at you and talk to you. Or silence.
You done, sir?
No.
All right,
I'm still talking. I still got 1 minute and 36 seconds. You going to stop me?
To speak, yes.
Okay. So I'll keep speaking. All right. How are you? How's it going? Well, he just answered, so he can't answer. He just chooses when he wants to answer. So answer. Go ahead. I'll communicate with you. I got 1 minute and 18 seconds left. I'll wait till that buzzer stops. I'll keep going. You want me to keep saying words? Power trip? That's fine. I don't really care. I'm not going anywhere. I got 1 minute left. Still 58 seconds. I'm not going to stop talking.
Do a moment of silence.
There we go. Moment of silence.
Amy Williams.
I still got 43 seconds left. Keep it up. Keep it up.
You've got the floor.
40 seconds left. So you're going to call another name and not let me finish?
Finish what you want to say.
I am.
He asked for a moment of silence.
You have to honor that.
Interrupt it? I don't have to say anything. I can sit here and do whatever I want. I can wait till that timer hits 1 second and say one word. You don't have any right to stop my 3 minutes of speech. Say it again. Interrupt me. Do it again. That's right. Sit there in silence. Say nothing. 10 seconds. Yep. You lost. You are a loser. Enjoy it.
Thank you, sir. Amy Williams. Welcome, Amy.
Hi, Amy from Oakland County. I just want to talk about an experience. I tried to make the meeting 2 weeks ago, but apparently my son fractured his hand, so we had an appointment with orthopedic, and my son cannot medically tolerate a mask. He has an exemption and everything, and we were kicked out of the McLaren building. We were told that he could not be treated, and it was by somebody from another department who was not my son's provider. So I had to leave Oakland County to have him treated. So I'm just asking for you guys to think about that. Like, why should I have to leave Oakland County for my son to have medical treatment? It's not fair. I didn't have any issues in the other county, not one. They honored his medical exemption, but somebody who does not even have a medical license, who does not even treat my son, denied him services at the McLaren building. And that's about it, except for I just want to say when we were here, I had to use the restroom, and your officer told me to break the law by peeing outside, and he would not write me a citation. So I just want to let you know that I guess you guys get to pick and choose what laws to follow, because that was really awkward. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. All right. Thank you, everyone who came out tonight. We stand adjourned till October 28th, or call the chair. Good night.